Alright. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Bronze to GM. We are currently at 4810 MMR. So we're actually not in Masters 1 yet, but we're going to count this as the Masters 1 because GM's only about 100 MMR away. GM is actually 4900 or so at the moment on North America. We're aiming for at least 5k MMR because that puts us up at about rank 150, I believe, in GM right now. And what we're doing today is we're going to be trying to focus on just solid openings and then reactive timing attacks to win the game. So if you guys are wondering, reactive timing attack, what does that mean? It means that we're going to try and pick our timing attack from the situation we're in. But I don't want to give you guys false ideas that I'm just making things up on the fly. These are all still attacks that fit within something that I've done before in the past. And when you're learning how to do certain attacks, it's usually better to just have a plan. ZVT, I'm doing a 66 drone, 1-1 Roach Ravager bust. Big all-in timing attack. Okay, cool, that's fine. And get reps with that, figure out how to get to it efficiently, how to attack with the units, and that's a really good way of, you know, making sure you're playing good StarCraft, right? For me, I've got so many attacks in my past history, I'm going to be a little bit smoother at just picking these up and executing them on the fly. But we're going to try to adjust them to the situation wherever possible. So I guess this is kind of like there's two points in what we're doing here on our final leg to GM. The first is we are playing solid openings and we are scouting. And the second is we are trying to not just let the game drag on, right? We want to use our advantages, and that's this whole, let's do reactive timing attacks. So we're going to try and basically say, how can I kill my opponent? And we're going to make sure we keep a focus on that. Because whenever we lose, excuse me guys, whenever we lose track of that as the overall goal, it's very easy to just think about the game and, how do I get to the next step? Rather than actually think about, hey, I'm way ahead, let's kill my opponent right now. Or there's a big weakness right now. There's a really strong attack I could do right now. Let's go win the game. And that's something you always want to keep your eyes on. If you're too aggressive and all you ever think about is trying to kill your opponent, you might need to go the other way. Think a little bit more about how to just get to the next step and have a stronger, more solid plan. And on the other hand, if all you're ever thinking about is getting to the next step, you're probably letting some chances to pretty much just use your advantage and win the game slip away. So these are both areas where you need to be balanced as a player. We're going to pull completely off gas, guys, and we're going to send a drone over there. I'm building 4 lings, so remember, I'm just going to click my lings across the map because I think he's blocking this. Yes, he is. So we're going to go straight across the map with my lings. And I'll actually send 2 over here to kill the SCV. So we're just going to send 2 over there. And we can get that 3rd down. And then those guys can go across the map as well. I don't care about losing my lings, guys. I really don't. These guys, let's build some more drones and then a queen and an overlord as we always do. So he's trying to do a lot of micro, but guess what? He's losing that at the same time. Queen. And an overlord. And that's interesting. It's got, I think that's just from the reactor. Fair enough. So we've got our 3 hatcheries up, very standard. As I always say, guys, if they fuck with you, just do what I did. Send your lings across the map and go, hey, chase this Reaper. If you don't chase this, we're going to deny your SCV building the command center, do damage there. My drone usually can beat the SCV in a fight unless the SCV actually strikes back pretty quickly. Let's put these overlords on the edges. Completely standard. Oh, almost got him. Not quite. Let's put these guys on gas. I was like, hey, why is that oversaturated so quickly? More queen production now that we're saturated on 2 bases. And build a few more overlords. Cool. Okay, so he kills a creep tumor, but he does sacrifice his life for it. That I was not expecting. What the fuck? What is he doing? It's bizarre. Anyways, we're going to send an overlord through because he sent those marines in. So let's sacrifice that just to see what's up. And we're just droning on up here, guys. So we want to see what he's doing, of course, preferably as soon as possible so that we can actually pick an attack. Okay, so he's got some Hellions, so we're going to build a few more lings just to make sure he can't kind of run in and overwhelm us. We're replacing the overlords that died.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, you can inject, you can get creep going, and that's 4 creep tumors, more than enough. He's building another factory. Ooh, okay, you guys know what that means. Battle mech. He's skipping his starport to do that. Now, if he runs in here, that's fine. So our lings are back here. Just replace the creep as it goes down. Okay, he runs in. We're gonna go for the surround here, try and punish. Okay, good dodging by him. So, what do we do against a player who's doing this? Well, you try to get roach speed up, is always what you do against someone who skipped starport to go multiple factories, right? Yeah, if we get a 4th up, that'd be nice. And if you can get 3 worker lines up, that's also nice. But it's not super necessary. If we can get double evo, that's also nice. But you know what, actually? A player who does this is normally very weak, guys, to either mass roach or mass muta. So if we open up the muta tech, that could be really effective. And this is annoying, but he's using a lot of scans for it. Let's just try to make sure we can see if he's got a 3rd base by putting these guys out. Let's keep spreading creep, not just where your opponent is, but elsewhere. Whenever your opponent's threatening you, it's really important to try and get out there. And we're just going to mass roaches now because we've got 66 drones, and all we're going to do is mass roaches and try to swap into mutas if we can and see if we can do some stuff. Now that we've swapped into that production, roaches as well, I'm going to send my lings across because I don't need them for defense. Also, blue flame and just too many hellions is going to be kicking in soon, so it's going to be grossly inefficient. We're going to make an overseer to go with my guys as well. We're going to run him away to the corner and then tell him to go back to the watchtower. I think I'll try to send those lings in. Okay, I didn't really want to show the roaches there. Anyway, let's just see if we can get some stuff, some damage done. So he's building tanks. Okay, so nothing there shoots up, guys. So what are we doing? We're just going to attack the 3rd, see if we can overwhelm behind it. We've got a 4th base, so let's try and get the gases up. We're going to build just the drones for the gases. I'm actually queuing this guy. I'm stealing him, dumping him off my hotkey, and I just want him to see what's up. The Hellions are out of position. We already know that, so I think we're going to kill a lot of stuff here, guys. Okay, let's try and go for the production. Just split some roaches in there. And I'm building only mutas behind this. So I was thinking, hey, let's just see if we can distract him and the mutas will win the game. But it looks like we're just going to win the game because he had 1 siege tank. So 8 minutes. He's getting 1-1. He's got a lot of factories up. And we caught him being a little bit greedy here, didn't we? We've got 15 mutas on the way. And we're also going to take a 5th base down here as well. My roaches are already creating problems everywhere, so I don't really need to micro them too much. Obviously, if we can do more, that would be great. But mutas are going to fly on in, kill the tanks, and we're building even more. And that's going to be that one. Cool. So the scouting was pretty good. I kind of don't like this scouting setup that much because it's hard to scout. So I think I'm going to try and be a little more scouting heavy today. So let's try and, I think I'll send a 2nd overlord across the map. Or rather than sitting out front the base with this overlord, I'll pull it back down to like this pillar or down here somewhere. I don't think that's good because even if that's high ground from here, they can just spot it from there. So that's easily sniped. Where is a good pillar? This one, they would need to go all the way up there to spot it, which is pretty far away. So probably here. And then I can just bring it in, or basically you come in, see the command center, I'll probably just queue it to wait here, and then it can just fly in, and if they do come down with a marine, I can always hide in the dead space. But the idea is I just want to ensure I can come in at this time. I sent this overlord in, because remember, I spotted the marines had walked to my side of the map. So I was like, oh, okay, you can't see what's going on. Okay, like, you can't deny my scouting. And coming in, seeing a 2nd factory, no starport, I'm like, oh, okay. Don't need spore crawlers, number 1, but I do need a much quicker roach speed because there's going to be Cyclone Hellion in my face really early. That's going to cause me problems. That actually wasn't the case. My opponent started building Widow Mines really early, played like a kind of weird version of mech, and they also went 4 gases before 3rd command center. No, oh no, they did. Oh, it was a 3cc. Okay. Oh, this was an incredibly quick 3rd. Did he build that on location? Oh my lord, the greed knows no bounds. Wow, I did not even realize there was a 3rd there. That would have been another advantage of having the Overlord down here, guys. That is obscenely greedy. Don't get me wrong, I do a 3cc, but the 3rd on location that early, when you're building Hellions this late, your first 2 Hellions, and his Hellions are super late. Your Hellions are meant to hit the field. You're meant to start them 318, no later than that, which means they should be popping 338. These Hellions are like 20 seconds late, guys. So what's already delayed Hellions is even later here. Ling speed finished 30 seconds ago. Like, you would die to any Ling Flood. The 3rd, I mean, there's just so many things that could get. This is a very risky build from my opponent. And they got away with it. I didn't really do any damage other than, I guess the 2 Lings disrupted them at the start, but I don't think that was a lot of damage or anything. But I think just my opponent was a little bit inefficient with powering, maybe hitting a supply block here or there. And really prioritized the very quick upgrades, which is nice if you get away with it. But because there was no real pressure, no Liberators, no real proper Hellion dives, they scanned a few times for tumors, but they didn't really do any direct damage. I'm happy to trade a bit of Queen energy for a few scans any day. And yeah, you can see that there just was a bit too slow getting the 4th and 5th factory up. So to put this in context with my 3cc mech build, I think it's 6 minutes. I'd normally have 62 workers. So let's check how well did my opponent do on their macro. Yeah. So I have 49 SCVs. Let me tab out, guys. We're going to tab out to my own benchmarks and take a look. Let's take a look at Pig's notes with Terran just to get an idea. TVZ. So where's me benchmark? Oh, it's 7 minutes, 62 SCVs. Okay, not 6 minutes. Okay, so let's see how my opponent did by 7 minutes. Yeah, not too bad. So my opponent was like only a few workers behind. So that's acceptable, especially since my Lings, remember, killed the SCV on the natural earlier. That's not too bad. Just, I do think they're just a little bit... There's number 1, too much freedom for my opening, right? So when I do that opening, I have a Banshee out for safety and picking off creep tumors as well. And I'm a lot more active with my Hellions, and my Hellions are popping out faster. So there's a bit more pressure on the Zerg that stops them droning so hard, whereas I feel like I had more of a free pass this game. And the Terran just was a bit too slow to get the factories. Whereas normally the idea is in my build order, that my Gumiho build here, that, yep, we basically want to have 4th command center starting at 7 minutes as well. And the thing is, all 7 factories are kicking in about that time as well. And very quickly, from about 7 minutes to 8 minutes, I'm like, okay, I've got 2 tanks, now I've got 4 Cyclones, and I've got 12 Hellions, and a second Banshee's popping. And even though these sort of attacks scare me, and I've often got to lift the command center, run the SCVs back, Zerg's doing it off not that amazing economy. I can lose a bit as the Terran player and still fight back. But my opponent just was a little bit slow on getting all the pieces together. It's making things like Drilling Claws and Blue Flame, which are really... and Engineering Bay and Missile Turrets. These are all like bonus things that you kind of... You only really want to do all these if you know there's mutas coming, or Drilling Claws or Blue Flame if you're really using a lot of Widow Mines and Hellions. Whereas your goal as a player who's played 3cc greedy mech into 4th cc is actually to survive and then put pressure on them if they're trying to match your greed. Which is why I always get at least a handful of Cyclones out, and I'm very active with the Hellions and stuff. So this was just a nice, easy win for me because there was a lack of pressure from my opponent, and they just didn't really turn their early economy boost into a big army. ZVP is unplayable. A lot of people get frustrated at Void Rays. I find it's quite alright. Hopefully I get some ZVPs today and you guys can see kind of how I approach it. There's a few different ways. Mutas is my favorite, of course. Alright, we're going to ZVZ against P Drinker. Pig, what's your peak MMR with Zerg? What's up, TZenon? They didn't have MMR showing back in the day, back when I was a pro gamer, so of course. And since it's come out, about 6.3 probably? Since being pretty washed up, I've almost hit 6.2. I got like 6.1, 6.5, 6.17 maybe, something like that. Maybe a year and a half ago now. I think that was a while ago. Maybe it was less than that. I have a very bad sense of time, especially with COVID. So we're playing Zerg versus Zerg, and as I said, you know, solid play, but looking for timing attacks. Well, ZVZ is one where we may need to commit to those timing attacks a little bit earlier. We'll see what happens. So in the last week's session, for those who haven't watched it, we were doing spellcasters, and the game's dragged on a lot, and I feel I let my opponents, like, back into games while trying to use spellcasters a lot. And it was great spellcaster practice. It was not very good winning StarCraft. It was not very good at capitalizing on advantages, forcing out Infestors and Vipers in every scenario. It was... yeah. And as much as I'm like, well, the whole point was I said, let's lose games. Let's not try to focus on anything except just getting the composition out and getting repetitions with Roach Infestor, getting repetitions with Roach Hydra Viper, and, you know, and learn that micro. And that's what you need to do when you're using spellcasters, because you just need a lot of reps, right? And yet, despite that, sorry, my second Overlord didn't go to its position. I put it in a ZVP, ZVT location. Let's put one guy off minerals there, and then we can replace it. So guys, 3 on gas, 15 on minerals, plus 16 on minerals, so we can already rally to the natural. Is Zerg still my best? I would argue that Terran is my best right now, even though the MMR is not that high. But I think if I play a bit cheeky, mix in some all-ins and timing attacks with Zerg and Protoss, I can still... I can do good strategies with those without really being that mechanically crisp, right? So I can be a cheeky bastard with Zerg and Protoss a little bit easier than I can with Terran. Terran, there's a few more moving pieces, so you can't just like think of a cheese on the fly and then perfectly execute it. Whereas, it's not that I'll be perfectly executing with Zerg or Protoss, it's just it's a little easier to to kind of stitch the pieces together, because the builds are a bit less complicated in terms of like raw mechanical actions. Like, I'll always come up with these genius Terran builds on the fly, but I'll just get supply blocked too many times, or I'll miss a few rounds of production. That's a creep tumor, guys, so we're up against a player who's walled off here. Okay. Now, I'm gonna get a Baneling Nest no matter what, because that's what we do these days, because I'm sick of losing... Oh, the fuck is this? The fuck is this? Huh? Or is that... Oh, maybe that is the natural line of creep spread. Okay.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, we're building some overlords. These guys are going down here. Gonna spread creep towards the third. Okay. So we're just going to be droning.
Metamorphosis complete.
As is he. His Baneling Nest is incredibly late. Okay.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and set up for a roach timing. We're just trying to macro
Forces are under attack.
as greedily and efficiently as we can.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
So he's all-inning me. Because we saw there was almost no drones there. Okay. Yeah, let's just go for it. And I will make a layer behind it and stuff, so we're not going to be completely all in, but we'll see how we go. That can go down there. This can go up here. Overlord, Overlord, Overlord. Nice time for a lag spike. So we did lose all of our drones on our third, which is obviously a bummer, but it is what it is. Let's can try and morph some Ravages to heal the low hit point Ravages there. Nice brainless all in. You're so big brain, bro. So let me walk you guys through exactly why we attacked here. I was thinking about doing a Roach all in, and then we scouted that my opponent was all in. Except they weren't. I'm pretty sure they just fucked up their build really badly. So let's take a look, guys. So my opponent is blue on this production tab. I am red. So we're droning pretty evenly. Hey, move across the map with your fingers crossed. After scouting +1 Roach speed from me. How's that itty? How's that tiny PP going for you? I can't help it. I can't help it. This is so funny. Oh shit. This is so funny, man. So I'm up 5 workers. I scouted that his natural had no workers on it. Because I was like, hey, I need to check what's going on. And I saw there was like no drones here. He's like, oh, you scouted +1 roach speed? I'm like, no, what I scouted was a guy who wasn't droning his natural. I literally thought he was doing the same sort of build as me. So I was like, oh, I need to do this defensively. And then I scouted again and I saw more drones on his third and was like, oh, is he just macroing really bad? He just like doesn't pull his drones there, doesn't use his banelings. By the way, okay, so let's go over everything that my opponent's doing wrong here, guys. Let's go over everything my opponent's doing wrong. Look at the map vision. They have no map vision at all. So he doesn't know when there's lings and banelings coming across. He's running through sight blockers into what could have been finished banelings. Right? Did he lose an Overlord earlier? Yes. So this Overlord was sitting in a terrible location. This is not bad at the start of the game, but he should have pulled that back to there, and that could have kept at least some vision out there. And that would have been really nice. This guy has no understanding of StarCraft. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. He's like, you took your third earlier, but then you didn't even have drones on it. And I'm like, what? Like, you did a fucking ling pressure on me. Why would I? He's like, yeah, well, why didn't you just sit drones on the... I'm like, because I rallied them to my natural and finished saturating it. You know I was up on workers on you all game, right? Let's actually see if we can reason it. I scouted so few drones on your natural. I thought you were doing a roach all-in. Ruffle. Yeah, so he's floating so much lava because he's gone Evo Chamber Roach Horn too early, and he just hasn't prioritized his minerals. He's taken his second gas too early, and then he loses guys drones even more to those banelings, but he already had so few. So remember, like I said, then I came for a follow-up scout at some point there and actually checked, and I was like, oh, you do have some drones? So I was like, okay, let's go attack here and see what we can do. And I was building one more round of Zerglings, but behind that, we were like, okay, we'll add a layer, we'll drone up. And because we've already got +1 range on the way as well, and ours will finish earlier, that's pretty good. But I actually hit pre-+1 range because of that. And it's just easy StarCraft. Lightshade's a good map for this sort of attack. My opponent wasn't really scouting. Generally, with the sort of attack I was doing, you'd wait a bit longer. So let me point out how you might set up for this sort of attack. Number one, you want the wall off. So at any point, if your opponent's scouting, you can put your queen in the wall and it blocks their scouting. Why is he chirping when you won? If you get brain damage, guys, it's all right. I'm going to block communication now because this guy's not going to stop spamming me out. I normally don't give these guys the time of day. That was just too funny. That was just way too funny. He's going to keep spamming me literally for the rest of the day. There's a lot of people out there with mental issues. So it's important to just kind of ignore them and not give them time of day. Every now and then I do it for the entertainment of the stream, but I'll tell you, if I'm laddering on my own, I would never even respond to someone like that. At most, I might say one thing, and then I either just block communication or I ignore them. But yeah, so the whole point with this sort of build is you can always wall off. So all they can see is drones on the third. And one of the great ways to set up for it, and my opponent just wasn't really scouting at all, which is why I didn't bother too much. Like you could tell he was making no effort to check my mineral lines, which is, remember guys, this is what I'm scouting for. Because your opponent's drone count tells you how much are they going army, how much are they going units, right? So first things first, you can wall out their scouting. Second thing, that means they can't scout if you've started your lair or not. Me not having a lair, big sign of what I'm doing. Other thing, I can take drones from my natural and my third, my main and natural, and I can send them to my third to make it look like even if I'm only on 40, 45, or at most 50 drones, I can actually make my third full of workers and just have an undersaturated natural. So if you're against a high level player who actually scouts and pays attention to their information, they'll come in, see a full third, and they'll go, oh, I'm safe to drone my third up fully, right? But yeah. I think it's really hard for my opponent because they've got to basically accept the fact that they're losing to an attack while kind of being down on workers, right? He just caught up on workers as my attack's arriving at his base. And when you die to your opponent's attack, but you're on the same workers, it's like, well, you've basically just fucked up at multiple points in the game. You're just so behind, right? And the funny thing is, they put a lot of focus into creep spread. Guys, you'll notice I almost never spread creep except to connect my bases in ZVZ. Why? Because it doesn't give you an advantage. It gives you a little bit of vision, but your overlords should have that vision anyway. You should be, like, why would you have extra creep queens? Why do you have a fourth queen spreading creep? It helps the opponent just as much as it helps you guys, right? So you got to make sure you actually think about what you're doing and why you're doing it as well. Other than that, this is one of the more solid ways of just killing an opponent. I normally prefer Ling Bane aggression, and that sort of stuff. I very rarely do the +1. This attack, and let's say I did it 20, 30 seconds later with the fake drones on the third and that sort of stuff. It's a powerful attack, but it's not nearly as powerful as just going straight Ling pressure into roach timing. Something like this. Imagine if there's a lot of attacks that hit at a crisper timing with more units. This is not that many roaches, right? What am I hitting with 12 roaches and some banelings and some lings? The important thing with these sort of attacks, and the reason why you'll see pro gamers hit it even later than this and still kill people, is because it looks like a proper build, right? The Evo chamber and the Evo's even upgrading. It's the third base has workers on it. It looks like you're setting up for a macro game. So it gives one look to your opponent. They can read it as a normal game, and then you go in a different direction. But remember, we always talk about this, and I've complained about this and ranted about it because we still see pro games in 2021 lost because of poor map vision. First two overlords in ZVZ. First one there, second one there. And as they spread creep out, shuffle these back. So this overlord was up here before, but he tried to hit it, we pulled it back. This overlord should probably pull back a little bit as well. It's hard on this map because you can't see 100% vision of them moving out of their base. I might try to put the overlord like there where it basically sees, but you want to at least see the most direct routes. Next overlord wants to go outside your base. And I actually would normally prioritize here or out here early on, and then I can shuffle it forward as creep spreads out and stuff. And then we want to get, if we can get one or two in the middle, especially over site blockers, that's really, really important as well. And if there's a lot of skirmishing, obviously one out front, the third could be nice as well. But it's really important that you get those overlords out. If you don't have those visions, you're going to be in really big trouble. You can't blame him for being salty. It's just natural from drinking too much pee. So I think there's also another problem that happens with players who think like my opponent in that last game in Zerg vs Zerg, and it's just not understanding the power of aggression against Zerg, right? I think this is the same mindset that Protoss and Terran players who just sit in their corner of the map all game and then go, Zerg can just do anything. If you don't actually actively pressure your opponent and hit, and I mean sharp pressure, not just I'll go over there with 10 Zerglings. Oh, he has a few Zerglings, back off. But like, morph 6 Banes, 20 Zerglings, do a sharp pressure. Something that can actually do big damage and scale if your opponent's unprepared. Or you know, hit a roach attack with this or that. These sort of attacks are just the best way to keep your opponent honest in Zerg vs. Zerg. Unless you're playing perfect scouting, perfect map control, and constantly keeping tabs on what your opponent's up to, the best way to play against a Zerg is always to hit them with sharp pressure macro behind it. And this is the same for Terran, the same for Protoss. That's why, what do? Hellbat timing into 3rd CC, right? That's why you do a Hellion run by into a Liberator in the main. 3rd CC, double barracks, double eBay behind it, right? This is why you go Glaive Adept pressure into 3rd base, into Immortals, right? These are like standard set pieces of how to play against Zerg, because if the Zerg's a little too greedy, they die. And you're also building a good set of units, so if there turns out they're all inning you, you've already built a good army that can pull back and play defensively as well. And that's kind of fantastic. Opponent had no Overlord map, so therefore he spread creep. Overlords are a lot better than creep though. Like, because the creep's not going to get to the other side of the map. As soon as you lose an Overlord or start losing Overlord, there should have already been one coming across. But my opponent basically put out like 2 Overlords, lost one of them, and never replaced any of them. And that's one of the most important things in ZVZ. Think about high-level ZVP, guys. Why do we always see Overlords patrolling everywhere and them trying to ravage a bile? Because if you can surprise your opponent positionally, it's often a game winner. Yeah. I think a good way to start the day, guys, we're going to keep hitting these timing attacks. We are going to hit GM today, because so far we've got 2 rather low-ranked players. That player was like 600 MMR below me. I got 7 MMR, 9 MMR, sorry. That's nothing. We need to spam these games. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back, and we are going to keep hitting these confident timing attacks, trying to kill people. Solid openings, scouting, and then pick a timing attack and go hard. How do you feel about quick muters in ZVZ? Oh, I love muters. Muters is my main style in Zerg vs. Zerg. Say no to Stim. Doesn't really lead into timing attacks that can win the game very well, which is why I'm probably going to be steering clear of muters mostly today, in ZVZ especially. I'll use them against Protoss because they're very good to set up for winning the game there. But you often end up having to kind of slowly wear your opponent down with muters in ZVZ. Sometimes it works out. 2-base muter can be good. I normally play 3-base muter and upgraded Zergling. Can you show us how to get GMing for the APM, one of those prize grabber claw machines that you see at the store? No, that'd be pretty boring. Because if you play with like 50 APM, you want to get GM, you're going to need to become just a master of like very, very well thought out specific cheeses that you adjust based on the meta and people getting used to what you do. So you could do it. You just need to all in every game. I imagine that's the prize grabber claw machine you're talking about. The APM, like 50 APM, 30 APM, something like that, maybe even less. You don't need to be insanely fast to get GM. You can do it with slower builds and stuff, but you're going to need to keep things a little bit smaller in terms of gameplay, guys. We got Sam. God damn. All right. Lots of MMR on the line. But guys, this is going to be very cheeky. I don't know if he knows it's me or not. I think he should know it's me. But, this is my mate, Sam. He is like an Omega cheeser, guys. Cannon rushes, proxies, and all the rest. So... definitely the sort of play you probably want to play 12 pool against, to be honest. I think we're just going to settle for a nice early drone scout and see if we can block his nexus just by running it around a bit, see what's up. And this is me metaing against an opponent. And it's just because it's not that I'm worried about specifically him rushing at the very beginning of the game. It's one of the 500 different rushes that he could do. That's This is what worries me, is that there are so many different things. If I don't get kind of some info early, it's going to be really hard for me to deal with. And I do think 12 pool does very well versus him. Okay, so we can kill him. Now, I'm still kind of confused a little bit, I guess. So building fallings, let's make it 6, see if we can do some damage. And we're going to move another Overlord across, just to try and get some info. Okay, so. It's build order is a little confusing, I'll admit, guys. You can see he's cheesing ya. When they're that eager to deny your scouting, guys, let's just say they aren't playing normal. He's going to pull every single probe down to try and keep that alive because he knows he's got to keep that alive. He has to fight to keep the pylon alive. If the pylon goes down, he doesn't get the adept out. So we're just going to run up into the main now. We've already forced so much lost mining time. And we can fight there because there's no way for him to mineral walk it. And it's okay to lose these now. So notice we just try to focus fire the probes that are a little bit exposed. And there we go. So I'll build 6 lings now just to help me defend a little bit. We want to build 1 more queen as well. And okay, we're gonna just try and fly that pylon in, I think. Because I don't think he'll be going Stalker. So we just try and fly in there and see what we can do. Actually, these guys, it's gonna be an adept. I'm gonna build more lings as well. So I think he's just gonna try and counterattack really hard. Yeah, so these lings are actually gonna go straight in and see if they can do damage. Hopefully he's not walled us out yet. And I'm building more lings at home. So we're just gonna keep trying to stack on the damage. So he's a bit of a cheeky fucker. And I adjusted my play for him because I know he can go in so many different directions that are all kind of scary. And I was like, okay, let's get a bit aggressive against him. And also scout really early to check he's not cheesing us, right? He's very, if I give him the ability to mess with me, it's gonna be hard to deal with. So instead I said, well, I'll be the first to mess with him. And his Nexus is 20 seconds late. He was kind of slow to react with his Cybercore, and he's actually, I don't know why his Cybercore is so late. I think it's just because he sent such an early probe across the map, I guess, and then had to pull more probes to block that. But I feel like he should have been able to get his Cybercore a lot earlier. So I think we already messed his build up a lot. And if you don't mess up his build, he's like a Haas type player where he will cut corners and get to these really powerful positions. And one of the things which I always make as a mistake there is if I'm behind against my opponent, right? Or not behind, but if I defend some early aggression, the game's kind of messed up, I have a natural tendency to overdrone and leave no free supply. So alt to adept shop. Not only do I not have Zerglings or extra queens, I also don't have supply free to build, and I lose like 10 drones to 2 adepts. So I knew that, okay, I need to make sure, even though the game's messy, let's put overlords out front of the bases, okay? Let's build a few more Zerglings, and I was just going to keep them defensive, but then I looked at him, and I saw the way his adept was sitting out front of his gateway, and I just thought about it, I was like, look, he's going to be so eager to do counter damage. I know I would be as a Protoss player as well, after taking that damage to the first Zerglings. So I was like, you know what, I think I can both scout with the Overlord, probably not going to be a Stalker. If there is, I'll take, that's fine. Hopefully I see the tech in the back of the main before it dies. If not, it's not the end of the world. But let's also go around with these Zerglings, and if he does just stay at home, that's fine. But the moment we see adepts moving out, we'll build units to defend the adepts while our Zergling run by does more damage. Unfortunately, that's a solid 2-second disconnect on my internet. Apologies for that, guys. Hopefully that doesn't keep up. We are back. Just a bit of a lag, spiky. Bit of a lag, spike there, eh? Hey, Governor. So, first Overlord's going to go in here and just sit over the natural, see what's up. Let's go down here. And are you blocking my base is the first question, right? I don't see a probe. I do see a probe. Oh, if it wasn't for the lag, I could have got that. We're on Eastern US. That sucks. Okay. Yeah, that 100% would have gone down if it wasn't for the Eastern US server. We're going to block him from rotating behind with that. Guys, when is it worth doing that? Only if you get the kill. If you don't get the kill, that is not worth it, okay? Well, how do you know you're going to get the kill? You don't. It's a massive gamble. Don't do it normally. But because I blocked him with the spawning pool, I was like, he probably doesn't realize that his probe is pathed inside the mineral line, because he'd probably queued it to go behind, but then the probe realizes it's blocked, which is why it pathed there. And I was like, oh, he might not have noticed, and I'm happy to take the gamble because I'm an idiot who likes gambling. That's essentially it. Good logical reasoning, you know? That's the way I like to do things. So he built a pylon. You can see that's delayed his nexus a little bit. We're gonna go in, just try and see where his second pylon is before getting back to the front of that base. Now 16 on minerals, 3 on gas, so we rally down there, we start link speed. Cool drones there. We're gonna send these guys. So we got 2 lings that are gonna be our main hotkey. The other ones are just gonna go across the map and try to get into scout. And we've seen his second pylon is there. Okay. So, oh, we should have started that queen. Whoops, 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 whoops. Okay, so let's make sure our overlords, we got one there, one there. Let's build another overlord up there. These 2 lings are gonna break down this pylon and free it up so that we can get a guy there, a hatchery there. As you can see, that queen's very late. Just gonna, I don't mind sacrificing my overlord to see what my opponent's up to, so let's do that. Okay, we really want to get this down. Okay. Okay. What do we got? Oh, my lings are getting killed. We see a Stargate there. Okay, lots going on right now. Let's not let the chaos take over, shall we? Cancel the spore.
Our forces are under attack.
Let's run these guys away. I don't want to spend too much money on these spore tricks, so let's go. And it's a Void Ray, guys. Big surprise there, right? So hold down the drone key, as we already should have been doing. Make sure we get extra queens here. Now, what do you not need against spores? Against Void Rays, sorry. Spores. You just don't need them, right? We're going to try and run that Overlord away. Chances of getting out of there are, of course, very low. Let's see if we can get in here with our Zerglings. Chances are very bleak, of course, of that. Oh! Wow, that's a disgustingly early base. I'll build 4 more lings just to try and keep that one busy. We're transferring all the extra drones from there. You guys go there. Okay. Those numbers were wrong. So we're pulling those guys back. Hello? You serious? Oh my god, guys. Sorry, I suck. Oh, this is not good. This is really bad. I thought I'd built more overlords, but apparently I hadn't. We let the chaos and the franticness kind of get to me a little bit there. Let's see what's up. Alright, let's see if we can kill this shield battery, shall we? No, let's not. Drones, let's get a lair. Let's get drones, 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 and... yeah, this is looking like a pretty rough start for me. So we're building 2 more queens, which means these guys can become our injecting queens. We've got a spore there, because I don't know if he's going Void Rays or Oracles. And now we're just setting up a ring of spotting Zerglings. And a few more lings just in case some adepts do come over. We'll build a Roach Warren, which is already insanely late. But because his third was so fast, I think we might be able to get away with it. And this is why, if I wasn't supply block, we would have had a lot more queens there, guys. And that would not have been nearly as easy for my opponent. So, that's a huge problem.
Our forces are under attack.
And we need to scout what my opponent's up to, because we have no idea. Is it mass ground after this? Is it mass air? We have no idea. So, gonna take these guys off our hotkey. Gonna build a spire there. That can go there. Okay, I think we will build a few more queens for now. I'll build some roaches, just in case there is a ground army. He's building sentries, so he's making ground. Drone count, 66, which is not the worst thing I've ever seen. It's also far from the greatest, though. So we're building drones just for the gases, as we often do. And we're going to try and do a round of mutas into mass zerglings. Mass roaches, I mean. So we've let him get some momentum here. We took damage early, and this is all just really bad stuff. We also didn't put back on that gas.
Our forces are under attack.
Come on, Spire. Any day now. Now, we don't have any upgrades. This is because I want to kill him. I don't want to let this game go for 5 hours, guys. Alright, so we've got that there. Queens are going to still hang out here. So we've got the mutas are going to come in. We've got lots more overlords. Let's try and get Evo Chamber Bane this. And now he's got a charge lot timing coming as well. Okay. If I can defend here, that would be great. Anything to buy time would be great. I'm going to send my mutas across the map just because he's chasing me. If he wasn't chasing me, I wouldn't. All I'm building is... So this is a terrible move by him, and this is going to allow my mutas to get in the main. And all we're doing is building as many roaches as we can behind it. See if we can... Okay. Yeah, this game's a bit of a shit show. The importance of a clean start, guys. It's very important. Okay. We're gonna go bam bam, get some of these upgrades. Let's get a 5th base. Alright, mutas will go up there. Main army can just attack down the bottom. So... So as long as we're trading here, I think it's okay. Because the problem is always with Protoss if their army gets too big, right? Kill the High Templar! Got it. So obviously it's scary to throw your army away like that, but I think we killed enough economy that it's okay. We're going to send a few more roaches into his base. All we're doing is remaxing on roaches right now. And then maybe corruptors as well, I guess.
Mutation complete.
Or just queens should do the trick. Make some ravages. And I think we can just overwhelm here with raw units. And this is the power of the muta surprise, right? It really gets us in a position where we can just throw units at our opponent. Okay, force field your own units out, that's fine by me. Get in the main. Okay. So this was an absolute shit show of a game. I guess we make some lings and otherwise just mass roach. He's making more void rays? Oh, okay. So that's interesting. More void rays. I think some more drones there, some more drones there. Yeah, sure.
Mineral field depleted.
So we're just gonna make another big army ready to defend the counterattack. So he's just gonna keep coming at me. I guess these guys can all go up there. No, here. Not sure if he has High Templar or not. So I think we cleared out a mineral line up there. He's being very annoying, of course. Still just making really basic units, which I'm not particularly happy with. Now, you always want to pull the one they focus fire and pull that back if you can. We're going to try and see, does he actually have, like, the top base, for instance? And I'm going to try and make more drones for that base, because right now I am pretty starved for economy, so... He's going to try and take this one, so that's going to be my target. If we can get rid of that, that'll be great. Yep. Okay. Does he have a base there? Does. Let's try and... Those guys can go in there, and then these guys can just go up there, I guess. So if your opponent's being a dick with these units, you really got to remember that you brought this on yourself, guys. My opening was just absolute trash for absolutely no reason. So don't let your opening be trash, and your opponent won't be able to fuck with you this hard, okay? Oh my god, my own buildings are derping out my queens really bad. think he just recalled some of the Void Rays? I'm not sure. Okay, let's get those guys out of there. Okay, how many drones we got? 75. Okay.
Forces are under attack.
So what are we gonna make, guys? I don't know. Just roaches, I guess.
Cluster is under attack.
I don't really want to play a ground army, but okay.
Our forces are under attack.
Man, I'm so low on lava that it's actually a huge problem. Some of my newer hotkeys, hatcheries, sorry, aren't actually hotkeyed. All I'm doing is making basic units, and this is kind of the trap you find yourself in if you mess up your early game. It's just, you're like, "Ah, I'm kind of killing stuff," but you're always doing it from a position which is way worse than it should have been. Okay.
Mutation complete.
He's going to try and run up the top again.
A creep tumor is under attack. A creep tumor is under attack.
And that should be game finally. Yeah. Jesus Christ. This is everything that's wrong with ZVP, guys. They just make Void Rays and it's so unfair. Keep in mind we're playing on US East with 230 ping here. This is the maximum lag I can possibly have on a server, so even producing units is a little slow. Also makes it very easy to say, think I built overlords at 50 supply and not realize that I didn't, and then end up supply blocked for about 45 seconds straight at a crucial point while floating a ridiculous amount of lava. This here is not just a bad opening, guys. I didn't realize I was supply blocked for like, okay, this was over a minute supply block. I'm not even kidding you guys. This was actually the supply block to end all supply blocks. This is a minute of not producing units. This is the same equivalent as if I walked away from my computer for 1 minute at the 4-minute mark, at a crucial moment when your economy is meant to be exploding and you're meant to be adding queens for anti-air. The tip here that I have to give to everyone out there is if you want to be GM, don't walk away from your computer for a minute straight. Don't do that, and then you don't have to scramble like a motherfucker all game like I just did. I lost, I think, 2 drones and 2 overlords here. You should not be taking 3 overlords. And I kill a Void Ray only because he's lazy and just turns the corner with the Void Ray for no reason. This is a horrendous early game. Now, I did drone back up, so I got to a not terrible position. My opponent took a very long time to saturate their third and whatnot. And we were able to, thankfully, because they just built Void Rays and Zealots all game for the most part, we could just make Roaches and Queens, which is not normally a scenario you can get away with, right? If you're just playing Roaches and Queens defensively, that's not great. Yeah, don't walk away from your computer for a minute. If you guys need to pee, maybe do it before the game starts, that sort of thing. So my opening was a little bit sloppy, and this is... Remember, my hatchery would have gone down if we didn't have the lag, but that's okay. I should have been a little bit quicker to react at the very start and just go, okay, hatchery got blocked, even though I looked at the probe and was like, yeah, I can get that down, and I clicked it, and the drone just sat there and was like, waiting for the server to tell me to build the hatchery, and I'm like, motherfucker! So that getting blocked did suck. We quickly build another drone. We send one down just in case he moves away. He does not, and we just go back to mine with this guy. Well, we do attack the probe first. I also pull drones to attack him, which is a little silly, but whatevs, it is what it is. As I said, I built that spawning pool. So I guarantee you, yeah. He'd queued the probe to go there, so it naturally would have gone this way. So as I said, the reason I actually did this is because I built the spawning pool fully walling that. The probe went inside the mineral line. My opponent did not expect their probe to go inside the mineral line. He actually was looking at it, funnily enough. And he did try to go to the right side, but he still died. I think he tried to quickly mineral walk that. And he let his pylon finish as a result, so that was pretty worth. On the other side of things, I should have built an overlord earlier, and I've got a lot of idle lava here for no reason at the start. We should be drone, and we should go make sure we build a 19 overlord because my hatchery is so late. If we don't build a 19 overlord, we won't be able to build a queen straight away in the main base. So check this out. When your opening's a little off, put extra focus on that opening. What was I doing? I was running my Overlord back and forth. I could have just sat my Overlord over the pylon in the main, seen what tech was going down, and we would have been fine. So this is not where I should have put my attention. If I was going to queue it through the main, that's fine, do it, but stop looking at it. And basically just go look at home and where's that queen? Comes out, but then look, this queen's a few seconds later, a little different to a normal build order. We build them at the same time, and I just forget to start it for a solid 10 seconds. And that's really bad because now my injects are even more messed up. I'm slower on getting my queens out. I also should have built these two lings a bit early. This was a little bit too close for comfort because if that Adept Shade gets there before your hatch goes down, that's a blocked hatchery. And then the Adept's here. My queen's late, so she should have already been injecting and doing damage to the Adept. Should have built a few more Zerglings for safety and then gone back to focusing on, okay, inject the main, build drones, inject the main, build drones. Instead, I'm flying my Overlord back and forth while floating lava. So we're over-scouting in a situation where we need to put a bit more attention in. Why did you not take the gold? I think the Void Rays showed you why. It's very easy for them to either deny mining with a ground army and kill all the workers, or to come in and kill the gold. Is Mass Queen and Festive Viper Ultra the best way to deal with Skytoss late game for average players? Or the best is to all-in mid-game? I think most Void Ray builds are incredibly weak at many different timings. So I think there's a lot of different ways you can play it. I think if it does go late game, that definitely shouldn't be your main plan for most people. I don't think so. I think just Ultra Corruptor, pure Ultra Corruptor, no other units is probably the easiest to deal with it. If they go very heavy on the Void Rays though, of course, it's going to be a little like that's better for like Carrier Storm, right? So you'd need to add like some parasitic bombs or something to try and deal with the Vipers. Something like that in that scenario, but you'd be surprised how well you can do with that. I mean, I played a lot of Bronze to GM games against Skytoss, and I basically just either went Mutas into Muta Corruptor and just played a, Lingbane Muta Corruptor game, or I just went Mass Lingbane, and I just rolled Lingbane into their bases, and then you slowly add a massive economy and double Spire behind it, so you can swap to Corruptors when needed, but basically, I think just rolling Lingbane over their economy is actually the easiest way to do it, in my opinion. How do you manage Banelings versus Protoss? Great question. I put them on a separate control group, but if my army gets split into, say, different squads, say I've got a giant army and I've got half of it here, trying to sandwich them, they're just all mixed together. Ravages, Roaches, Banes, all on one hotkey. Normally, in a medium-sized fight, though, where I just have a one-directional fight going on, my Banelings are on a separate hotkey from my Roaches and Ravages, and I just try to click them in the middle of their army into Zealots, High Templar, and if I can shift-click them into the middle of the Zealots, the High Templar, that sort of stuff, that's usually pretty effective. Thank you, the Sykes. Appreciate the 15-month resub, my dude. Love your face! Thank you, mate. Pigs are just bacon with legs. That's true. Syncopation with the 40-month resub. Thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate it. Have you faced the 4-gate glaive timing much in the series? I have not, actually. Maybe one time. Kiwi servers. That's funny. Sorry, baby boggle. Bit of a bummer. Bit of a bummer for you, mate.
The Hive cluster is under attack.
Attacks me with the probe. That's an interesting choice. Yeah, the server's in Sydney. It's not in Australia. How do you feel about Protoss getting such a fast third Nexus? I think that should have been a free denial, simply because the Protoss didn't have any units at it. If they've got an Adept or two there early, wedged in the mineral line, they can secure it. But if they don't have that, it's like, oh, dude, why did I not deny that? Well, we didn't deny it because the rest of the opening was screwed up there. So I think that the Protoss can normally take a third around that time. I don't think most players earn the right for that third. So I think even just having 6 or 8 Zerglings snipe the probe once or twice can be really good. And you don't need to kill the third, but I mean, if you can keep the Void Ray or the Oracle at home on defense duty just by threatening that one time, building an extra couple of Zerglings, I mean, that's just your safety against Adepts anyway, right? You just have to be careful that there aren't Adepts on the map that you miss, because if there are Adepts on the map, well, we all know how that works out, right? You're like, oh, I'm gonna see if I can kill a probe. And then you see 2 Adepts shade into your third mineral line and you lose like 8 workers. Obviously, that's bad. So it's something that you do need to weigh that up in terms of, hey, how good is my actual map control this game? I'm just gonna send 1 Ling to scout, guys. Everything else is gonna defend here. And yeah, you got to weigh all that up. Galvin, thank you for the 21-month resub. Apsis with the 13 months. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate the love. Mr. Commentary, Asus Rock. Oh, thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Good tournament, though, and great commentators. So I really enjoyed it. It's a Stargate. Okay. Nothing crazy here. Third Queen plus Overlord, right? So the question is, do we want to leave our Overlords out around our bases? Let's do that this time. Let's have them out. Not too far out, but let's put them out a little bit, shall we? Okay, so this is not a full wall off. We've already lost one Overlord, of course. So let's go Overlord there, Overlord here. And we'll keep him out just a little bit so we can see where the Void Rays come from. This might present some easy kills, but that's okay. And so we're gonna pull back for now, right? And we're gonna just build like 4 more pairs of Zerglings, just a little squad to make it hard for them to take the third, right? Okay, we're gonna try and connect that. I don't know if there's an Oracle or not. I'm gonna try and get another Creep Tumor. Building just drones and injecting, and drones and injecting, guys. And we're gonna go to the other third now that we know that this one's not being taken. And look at that, there's an Oracle coming. So let's build a Spore on the edge bases. Okay, so he's seen some Zerglings coming as well. So my opponent shouldn't be risky here, but you never know. Some people are wild child style.
Our forces are under attack.
So we've queued the Lings to run away from the Oracle and then run back to that third. Let's rally over to here. And I'm just building lots of queens. Oh, okay, so that's a lot of ground units, isn't it, guys? So we're gonna click the sentry, click that. Now I think we're gonna be dealing with a ground army after this, right? Because we've seen a lot of ground units. Now, there's a lot of commitment there to getting that up. So let's just let my opponent take it. Let's build the lair. Let's kind of rally back here, get the 4 gases. So guys, this base needs to finish saturating itself, right? And they only built a few units, not that many. So I don't even know if they built a Void Ray, to be honest.
Our forces are under
Okay, we're gonna put some Lings out. Spotting, we're just gonna pull home. There's no need for us to be on this map anymore, throwing Zerglings away, but more importantly, distracting ourselves, right? That's kind of the bigger cost in a lot of these scenarios. So we're gonna try and, because there's a third base, I think I do feel confident going 66 drones. Normally, you wanna not really do that. Like, I would skip these gases. If my opponent hadn't shown a third, I'd be like, can I really afford those gases right now? And I might second guess myself over it. But now that's going to take us to 67 drones. We put a Spire in the back. Obviously, what do we always do, guys? Overseer. The moment that layer finishes, we queue an Overseer through. And what are we doing? Roaches. Okay, so my Zerglings are going to go through for a bit of a scout now. They're going onto a kind of run-by hotkey. Let's take a 4th base over here. Trying to spread creep, but they're all on different timers, which makes this a little bit awkward, so... we could just... Oh, hello. So that's interesting. So there's Zealots building. I don't know what they're doing. Let's build lots of Overlords. 7 Overlords, guys. We're into 3-base army production, and Roaches chew through supply. So build lots of Overlords so that we don't get supply blocked. If our opponent surprises us with a push, we do not want to be in a position where we're like, oh no, I can't even build army right now. That would be really dumb. Inject, inject, inject. Roaches, roaches, roaches. Zerglings, zerglings, zerglings. Let's drop a changeling there, because I'd actually really want to see what his army looks like. We've got an Overseer there as well. Templar Archives, I mean, this looks like pure ground off like 1 Oracle, right, guys? And that's not very good versus Phoenix. Notice we hid the Spire in the back of our natural. That's one of the harder places for our opponent to scout. It seems like our opponent doesn't really have anything. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to scare them with Roaches. We're building Zerglings now so that we can bank up a bit more gas. Now my Spire actually finished, so I could have just gone muted straight away, actually. But we'll be building him in a moment. Now, I like to take gases. We could also get, I don't know, melee upgrade, I guess. Oh, cool. So we're going to attack over there. How much lava do we have? Not that much. Let's wait just a little bit longer on our lava. And we're going to rally down here. 11 mutas all at once, guys. And now, let's see if we can kill these gateways, hey? And remember, this is a distraction. We're not trying to win the game with this. Inject, inject, inject. Oh, okay, so that Oracle's kind of annoying. It's got so much energy. I really don't want to just sit under it. But I think we're already distracting them. And notice we're building mostly Zerglings. Well, I've already got 11 mutas out. Let's go back to Roaches. Let's also go second Evo Bane Nest. So that'll bring us to like a kind of... Since we've already got a good economy, that'll bring us to a more macro-centric Ravager position. I'm also going to try to take that gas, and then we'll just transfer the other one. We'll stay low worker count, just make sure it's nice and clean. Let's send the mutas in the bottom into the main. Let's take a 5th base as well, because why not? Okay. And then these guys can fly in. Building the Overlords to finish our max out. And our opponent didn't scout at all, and basically just dies to the mutas, which is good. So if you're ever going mutas, do try to act scary with your ground army and as if you want to fight. If you can just show them some Roachling, most Protoss won't distinguish between, oh, that's a really scary army that a Zerg's committing to, and hey, that's actually not a scary army. And wait a second, why is he in my face with an army that's way smaller than mine? So my opponent didn't make that distinguishment and did no active scouting. And this is really common. A lot of people out there are struggling with Protoss players right now. Man, they just get to do whatever they want. Blah, blah, blah. Most of them aren't really scouting. Like, look at my opponent's vision, guys. He comes in with an Oracle once to the front of the base. You're fucking kidding me. There was an observer here. Motherfucker! Excuse my French, guys. I'm morphed an Overseer with my Roach army, and I swear it was standing, like, right here. Like, very close. He had an observer right there. You should not let... Okay, so this is something I used to do all the time. All the time. Which I don't do anymore, is I used to always, in ZVP, get an Overseer, and you guys should do this. I bet this works a lot in your games. And I don't do it because this Observer is not as common anymore, but I still catch them sometimes. I would get an Overseer, I'd morph it in my 3rd or my main, and I would just patrol it between my main and my 3rd base. Like, basically from, like, here to here. And the number of times that would spot some Observer that had tried to sneak in behind, because that Observer's trying to see what's producing from you, right? It's not the most perfect scout, because especially if my mutas are rallying, say, down to the bottom left, it won't necessarily see them. But yeah, check this out. I'm off an Overseer there. I was like, just checking there's no observers nearby. Yep, we're good. It's just there! It's just there. God damn it. So this is why you always make an Overseer in your army. Make sure they're not just sitting above whatever's rallying out. Good play by Baby Boggler on that one. But basically, Baby Boggler here just took way too long to kind of macro up. Into the gateways. So you could just see it's 7 minutes, did 0 pressure to me, and is going air armor for some reason, which I think that, I'm hoping that's a misclick because that makes no sense. But it was a single Oracle into ground play, but it's just taken such a long time to get the gateways up, and is for some reason building the gateways out here. Like, they're already thinking about securing a 4th base, but like, dude, it's 7 minutes. How are you not at 8 gateways yet? So my opponent, I think, overthought things a little bit. Didn't have double robo production either, which helps a lot against big roach attacks. Is obviously very vulnerable against mutas. Built 2 cannons at the front. In this sort of scenario, if the Zergs, you know, if you're not sure what's happening, it's always good to have a cannon and a battery in the main, in the natural, and then your army at the 3rd covers that from mutas. But the opponent basically just didn't scout and kind of just sat there and kind of macroed up without putting any pressure on. So we had the freedom to do whatever we could in this game. So it kind of depends on what's going on. Yeah. Obviously, like, this is why we want to play reactive, is, oh, my opponent literally made an Oracle, no other units to harass. And then just, like, from very early on, I made the Roach Horn, because I was like, well, he's building ground units, so, you know, it could be you know, 1 Oracle into, like, lots of gateways and an all-in. But because the probes were going to the 3rd, it didn't really look like it, did it, right? It's like, yeah, okay, I get a Roach Horn at a decent timing here, considering it's a Stargate opening 440. Get an extra gas. And then we see the 3rd, and we keep just seeing unupgraded Zealots. 3rd base. We then see probes going to said 3rd. There's an Oracle that does 0 pressure, barely scouts. You know, this is a pretty chill game, as long as you keep some Zergling scouts out there. You could argue, well, you can't see what's behind. What if it's just a big charge lot all in? Could I have died to a charge lot? That's a good question. I mean, you can't play safe versus everything in StarCraft. Could my opponent have not had these gases and actually be going 8-gate charge? Yes. Would I have died to that? Possibly. I am being pretty greedy. I mean, I've got some roaches pumping now. we saw a shield battery, and we saw a quick third, and there was a Stargate, which is going to slow down the charge at all in, and there was a sentry and a stalker, and now we see an immortal. I mean, there's a lot of different things here that speak to a longer game. I definitely was a little slower to see the cannons at the front, which would have really, I think, kind of cemented that in. But so if I was to take this and make it a little bit safer, how could I play a little bit safer here? If there's a lot of charge little ins behind like an oracle opening or something, there are definitely things I could have done here to be a little safer. So let's talk fundamentals in terms of that safety. Now, because the third base could be a fake. So if it's a Stargate and there's a fake third and a fake shield battery, it's not going to be the crispest all in. There is an argument here that I could have built maybe 10 or 12 roaches before taking these gases on the third, just for 100% safety, if I wanted to. And the other argument is basically just I should have been a little more focused the moment I hit those 65, 66 workers on doing nothing but pumping roaches. Let's see how focused I was on that. So I built 6 roaches here immediately upon dropping the Spire and hitting 66 drones, right? So I'm like, okay, I've got a Spire, and I do build a lot of Overlords before going into more roaches here. So you can see there's a bit of lava sitting there. I think that's the main thing here is I should have just had a little bit more urgency behind my roach production to be safe. And if it did turn out to be a Zealot all in, there's a reaction here, right? Cancel the 4th, cancel the Spire, and drop spines behind your natural, behind your third. Like, just get some emergency spines. Obviously, roaches are the priority because they build the quickest, but do nothing but roaches and spines. If your opponent is like, oh, he tricked me, there's actually no probes on the third, or all the probes on the third were taken from the main and the natural, and he's only been on 2 gases this whole time. But if you look at it, they would need to hit a pretty crisp timing to do it because of what it is, yeah. Now, obviously, the other thing is if we had an Overlord that was a bit closer, this Overseer Scout hits earlier and confirms what we're up against, right? What do we see? Templar Archives. Oh, okay, he's making Archons. I even actually see it upgrading, which I did not notice because that started after I glanced at it, which tells us Storm's on the way, which means our opponent's going much later in the game. But I also saw a main that was just devoid of anything but tech. I was like, well, you just don't have gateways. I didn't quite realize what these random pylons were for, but I at this point realized my opponent was just way behind on the production, and my army was actually a little bit scary compared to theirs. And the fact that I could actually show them a scary army, which might even win a frontal fight because their production's so weak, and fly mutas in behind it, I was like, at this point, I kind of knew I had the game in the bag, and it was just kind of a little bit over. And this is the freedom you get against a Protoss who does not pressure you at all and sits back. And you guys are often going to find 2 types of Protoss, right? You're going to find Protoss who are very, very aggressive and in your face, and Protoss who just sit back and jerk it in their corner. And just make sure you kind of get a little bit better at identifying that in the game. And this is why you want to watch the replays. It's why you want to keep looking back at it and going, oh, okay, this guy built 1 Oracle and just sat there. First, this guy chrono boosted Oracles nonstop out of 2 Stargates, and I actually really needed to double down on my anti. In that game, I think I built 1 Spore in my third. I didn't build a Spore in the main. I think I maybe built 1 in the main once I saw the Oracle. I think I skipped the natural. Didn't build all that many Queens. You know, I was like, oh, this play is just kind of chilling. So try to be a little adaptable, but at the same time, I mean, it was a free win for me because of how adaptable I was in that scenario. So I think what you can actually say is I could play safer by default for sure if I wasn't as confident in my reads, and have built some roaches, then finished droning the base. And I still think I'm in a completely, not just playable position, but good position there, right? So as always, make your strategy your own, make your play your own. We are now in Masters 1, and we're about 100 MMR off rank 150 GM, in fact. So this is going to be fantastic, guys. Only about 100 MMR left. When would you add the gas for Roach on 3 gas? Is it just after 16 on the natural minerals, says Lloyd? Whenever I drop my Roach Warren is usually when I go up to either 2 or 3 gases. Usually 3 gases keeps things simple as a general rule. So we're going to be playing ZVZ again. Cool. So if you're going roaches, right, you'll see me do the same thing when I'm up against like battle mech openings where they go multiple factories instead of starport early, right? All I do is go, oh, I've got to go roaches, I've got to go fast lair, and I drop a roach roar and a couple gases and my lair all at once. So with a Stargate build, you're obviously going to do that a bit later, like 4 minutes 40, whereas against a ground-based Twilight build, it's going to be at like 3:40 or 4 minutes, depending on the exact style you're playing, but it's going to be, 40 seconds to a minute earlier, essentially. So, It's a little bit of a mistake for me going to 17 supply. A little sloppy. And that can go there, that can go there. Not the end of the world, of course. You guys know. I'm an old dog. We did 17 hatch for years in early Legacy because we liked having the 16 drones on minerals the whole time. Before people were like, yeah, getting your queens out early is actually more important. And we're like, okay, that does make sense. So first overlord, always see where the natural, if the natural's down, when it's down, and then pull back. Spawning pool creates a bit of a semi-wall up here, which the queen can always tuck behind. Alright, the queen can guard that choke point. Now that might slightly hinder my gas mining with that placement, but it'll be so minor that I do not care. And obviously we rally onto that gas. Now, gas is pretty important because it's Zerg versus Zerg. So let's pull one guy off minerals, and notice I already picked him and had already rallied the egg to that patch. I was like, ooh, where's a guy I want to grab and put on here? And notice I pulled it off one of these shitty patches that's a bit further away that also has a bit less minerals on it as well. Now this overlord, we want to make sure it's near enough to kind of like check the pillars, essentially, so that they can't just sit an overlord there or there and see everything we're doing. If you let your opponents do that, you are committing a fucking war crime against yourself. And as I said, I wanted the good choke point. I kind of wish I did that spawning pool one square higher, even though the choke point would have been a little bit less effective with the queen. I just don't like the look of those drones. It looks like I'm losing a little bit of mining there, and I'm pretty sure I am. I don't know how much it is. I think it's pretty minor, but it troubles me. Inefficiency. Thank you very much, Empyrean, for the 49-month resub. Alright, guys. So we're going to go 4-lings. Now, you don't have to go 4-lings. I do think it's good to always build at least 2. And I think 4's a little bit easier to just kind of put pressure on. Sometimes you cancel your opponent's third. Just forces them to react a little bit. It's harder for them to deny your scouting as well. So whatever you're comfortable with, honestly. And notice I see his overlords are out here. We're going to send the queen just to go hit them. And we need that baneling nest down. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, man. Hurry up. Creep spread. I really wanted on the edge. There we go. Okay, we're going to build 2-lings at home as well. And that is a baneling nest. Oh, okay. So opponent's actually going to be playing a pretty standard opening here. So we're going to just run away now. Okay. So we're going to build an overlord here. This overlord can go out to the middle a bit more. We're going to build another overlord there as well. Okay, we're going to go full defensive because my opponent's got a baneling nest but doesn't have a third. And that tells me something. That they've taken the gold. Come on, pig. Pay attention. If he's got the gold and I didn't check it, that's really lazy. Okay, he doesn't have the gold. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm just actually droning right now. We're going to make that. We're going to take some more gases. I think he's playing a 2-base muta build, and it's really easy to defend on this map. Oh, this is 2-base muta, guys. Ooh, okay. I'm going to do one big wave of banelings, okay? And lings. And we're going to try and play ground style against it, okay? Spread these out. See what we can do. So we're just going to see if we can kill some stuff. And that's because I'd already committed to a bunch of Ling Bane. This is why we did this. I'm actually droning really hard behind this, guys. But we are building some more Lings, because keep in mind, I didn't leave anything behind it. And we know from the forecast that this is 100% what I said it was, guys. So we're going to build some more Lings here. We're droning. We're going to build a Spore there. We've already got that layer. Try and build a Spore there. Now we obviously are ahead on the, try and get some spores between our bases as well. Okay, and we're gonna just try and put one Ling there on patrol to see what's up. Okay. Okay.
Our forces are under attack.
No third base yet. So we're just going to pull back with these lings. Sit in the top of the map. And we're going to try and get infestors. Now, why infestors? Because it's a good in-between defensive unit that can kind of stop the mutas from doing crazy damage. And it can try to do some other stuff as well. Now, obviously we need queens as well. Queens are always your initial defense against this.
Our forces are under attack.
So the lings are going to go in again. Let's try and put one creep tumor there, shall we? And we can...
Our forces are under attack.
Oh. Oh, yep. So we're going to run in with the lings. Because we know he took a lot of damage, right? So we kill that drone, we cancel it, and then we just run back to the top of the map. Oh. Gonna get pathogen glands. And we're trying to just saturate 3 bases here. And let's see if we can... We're just gonna A-move our lings across. And Festus will try to go into the main. And we're gonna try to get a Roach Warren, which I should have built a little while ago. And a Hydrodon. Now my lings ran into the banelings and just died. That's okay. They're not that important. They already got some good value. Obviously, I would have preferred to have them be effective, but you know, it is what it is. We've only got so much APM and attention. Okay, so now that that's past 1/3 done, we can build some infestors. And not having a Roach Horn is an absolute travesty, guys. This is really quite greedy by me. Okay. So, let's get the Hydra upgrades, let's get the Roach upgrades. Now obviously you can get Lurkers here, but I think I'm going to try to just win with a Roach Hydra Infestor timing, just because that's a little bit crisper. And I can, it's not going to be completely all in, it's definitely a bit more committed. We're going to build 1 round of drones for that base. Take the gases there. So we're really pushing that economy. We've got roaches out here. Now at this point, you've got to be worried a lot about baneling runways. So you want to leave kind of roaches spread across your bases, essentially. We're building lots of overlords so I can go lots of hydras. And normally I'd go double upgrades here because carapace is really important, but it's too late for me to start that now. So I'm just going to be a little bit more aggressively oriented. And we can move those guys there. Get the spore behind the mineral line. Alright, I'm building hydras to go with my roaches. Like I said, we leave 1 roach there as a spotter plus a spine crawler. Put the infestors there. We're going to try and build a spire behind as well. Got all these queens. Okay. We've got lots of hydras coming out that'll defend this as well. So he could try to fight. Oh, I don't actually have any extra fungals. That's okay though. We're just building roaches now. Let's go lurkers behind this. So we're gonna go hive lurkers. We're gonna start +2. I'm building mostly hydras to rally across, but I'll also rally some more roaches as well. And we've basically just showed a really good kind of defensive response here in terms of its queens plus spores initially, plus try to run by with lings and never, and if you ever lose all your lings and they have lings on the ground, always rebuild them. That's something I didn't really mention explicitly, but absolutely intended. Now he could have, we should have had he could have had burrowed banelings, guys. So that's a huge mistake by me. We did not bring an overseer, right? Oh, he does have burrowed banes! Oh, I was like, sometimes, especially if they're behind, they might gamble on burrowed banes and hope you forget to bring an overseer. I was literally just trying to catch the mutas coming in there, and we just revealed the burrowed banes accidentally there. I was like, whoa! So unfortunately he misplaced them. He should have put them here, because if I went into the main, or at least a little further south. Because Because I've lost games to that before. That's like a cat style maneuver is, oh, I'm behind, but maybe if I do this. No, I didn't really like this situation early, guys, because I wasn't, 2 base muters so outside of the meta, I wasn't even thinking about it. So, you know, I actually built, I thought, oh, if he doesn't have a third, but he's gone Baneling Nest, he must be being aggressive with it, which is why I built quite a bit of aggressive units. And I was also supply blocked on 36, which is why I was a little behind on those first drones. And then I realized, like, wait a second. Oh, shit, if he's not moving out, he must be going 2 base muter, and the spine crawler confirms that. Not to mention, if you see they're already on 4 gases, that also tells you. Because you might be like, well, what if they Niduswormed? Baneling Nidusworm? Why would they even bother with the Baneling? If they were Nidusworming, they would have a Roach Warren instead of the Baneling. They can't do both, right? So, yeah. The best supply block is 36. Exactly, guys. Exactly. But yeah, basically once we realized what was up, I was like, man, I've already committed to this like weird medium number of Banelings. So I pulled outside of Overlord vision, morphed more Banelings. Now these guys did get spotted moving across. In hindsight, he actually didn't have vision here. So I could have moved Ling Bane out this way and he wouldn't have even seen it coming. So my opponent messed up his vision. That Overlord should have been here, right? This Overlord up here is nowhere near as important, by the way, because that's such a roundabout way of getting across the map. It's good to have it, but definitely a mistake from my opponent. And I was just looking for the kill, by the way. What this actually ended up doing was dragging his attention here to make sure he saw my Zerglings coming. Thing is, he has 4 Banelings. This should be an easy hold for my opponent. But lets a Baneling blow up and is just slow to react. He saw the Lings coming. His Overlord out here saw me coming down. What did he need to do, guys? Immediately throw both queens onto his defense key, get them on the ramp, pull every drone to the high ground, and then just spread his Banelings out and dance them around a little bit. And I can't really do any damage. But he just responded a little bit slowly. So I got lucky here and found some damage. And I was kind of hoping for this because I said I'd already built some Ling Bane. I might as well just commit to a few, like 4 more Banelings, another pack of Lings. Maybe I cancel the third as it's going up if he rushes that, or otherwise I just get in, see if I can cause a bit of micro, cause him to make some mistakes. It's not a perfect choice for me because I'm now at 32 drones versus 43, but I was always planning to... Oh, sorry, I'm on 43 actually, never mind. But I am droning behind it. I guess when the attack started, those work accounts would have been opposite because I'm already droning. I am droning behind it. I am going a lair. And you're going to notice a big thing here, guys. A lot of people at this point make a crucial mistake. You're going... They know there's muters coming, and what do? They go, I need hydras, I need gases, That's the last thing you want, is gas right now. Because you're going to lose some overlords to the muters, no doubt. You need to keep matching their Zerglings on the ground, or they can overwhelm you and just run in and kill your drones. That's mineral cost. That's mineral losses. The overlords that'll die. I do try to pull my overlords back. Spores. Every spore is a dead drone, plus the 75 minerals on top of that. And I'm not fully saturated on 3 minerals. I'm a little under, 15 there, 15 in the main, only 8 on the natural. I have to hold down the drone key right now. So the important thing is match their Zergling count on the ground if they're doing something like this 2-base muter build. So you can always backstab them, try to keep the muters at home that way. That allows you to delay your spores a little bit. I got my spores earlier than I needed to because I didn't have these Lings out for a bit there and I thought he might be a bit quicker across the map. And then just hold down the drone key and build extra queens. Throw every single queen onto your defense key, so if the muters fly in, you can quickly pull all 4 or 5 queens you have, and then the new queens popping out can replace those as injecting queens. And that's a really nice method for it. Definitely I should have added a Roach Warren at some point in here, but the idea is once you're oversaturated on 3 mineral lines, then you can take your next 3 gases, your infestation pit, and start working towards, okay, let's get the anti-air tech out, whether that's the Hydras, the Infestors, or just turtling and going straight to Lurker Viper. You don't need to get the Infestors. The Infestors are really good for stopping like Ling Bane run-ins as well as the muters. So the Infestor is just this amazing intermediate thing. It's just it falls off really hard once there's Lurkers or Ultras out in the game. That's why the Infestors, some people don't like it. They're like, it's a gamble because if you don't get good fights, it becomes really shit once there's Lurkers or Ultras on the map. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. So the Infestor is very good if your opponent's being very aggressive or if you're going to hit a sharp timing against them. But that's why I built 5 Infestors and I didn't keep building Infestors. Because if I commit to like 10, I become really all in on, I got to do shit before he gets Lurker or Ultra transition off. But yeah, we canceled the third once. The next one didn't really do much. But you can see behind this, I was like, okay, now I'm above 60 workers and I've got the mineral lines getting fully saturated. Now I can go the Evo, the Roach Roar, and the Hydroden. I can try to creep out the connection to my 4th base. Unfortunately, that wasn't rooted, which was a mistake. My queens were a little slow to transfuse. They actually were in range. And if you can just spread spores towards a 4th, that's good. If they're super aggressive, this will usually get denied once or twice. So just try to make sure you don't throw too much money away. Big, you have no defense at home while your lings are out of the map, and you have no vision. Since this denied moves, how do you know he isn't going to ling flood you while your lings are on the other side of the map? Denying his third. Well, he could, but the thing is, because we did damage to him, we killed a lot of drones. So if he does that, he's on like 30 workers. So after the early damage, if my opponent's going to be building mutas here, and also building Zerglings, it means he would have been stuck on about 32 workers the whole time. Because remember, we cleared his natural mineral line. So he has to recover. So here at about, what was it, 5 minutes? He's on 32 workers, maybe even less. 32 workers at the end of that. If he doesn't spend all of his money on redroning, and I've just killed almost all of his Ling Bane. So I kind of know that he could have a bit of Ling Bane coming out. Arguably, I should have left a safety Baneling at home, for sure. 1 or 2 safety Banelings, if we want to be a little safer, is always good. And I usually do leave one. I even grabbed my safety Baneling off my ramp for that attack, because I was like, let's just put everything into this. So you could call it a little bit of a gamble, but you could also say, because I'm building queens, what if he does attack with lings? Well, if it's like 40 lings, that's a problem. But remember, I can always pull my queens to my wall and stuff like that. Now, because I've lost the vision outside my base, definitely this is why sometimes you'll see players leave an Overlord here and say, it's fine if it dies to the mutas. I just want to make sure I see if lings are coming. So that's an option you can take there. But yeah, basically queens and drones can fight okay versus Zerglings as well. They can do all right. It's not going to be great. Obviously, you'd be frantically building your own lings. It's a little dangerous, but as long as I've got lings over here, it's like, hey, if he's ling backstabbing me, I'm also ling backstabbing him. So it's going to be kind of tough for him to both be flooding me with lings and defending the Zerglings. Technically, if he stays 2 base, doesn't take a third, keeps these Banelings on the ramp, he could do it. But it is a bit of an issue. Earlier you said gambling is bad. Too much gambling is. A little bit of gambling is just good StarCraft. Yeah. I mean, in this scenario, it's not really gambling too much, is it? Because it's like, think about it. So what if it was just Zerglings and they flooded in at this point? He's got to defend this without taking equal or greater damage. Going to be pretty tough if they run into his main, because he's not going to leave these units at home. We just run into the main and kill the queen, and then we've got 14, 15 Zerglings. Was that 13? 13 Zerglings in his main. They're going to kill a whole mineral line. On the other side, and that means he's at 32 workers, right? Which means he's going to have to, at best, run all of his drones to his natural. So he'll be on 1 base mining, which means he needs to kill 4 queens plus 2 more that'll be popping out, and maybe 35 workers to get an advantage. I know you're being sarcastic. Yeah. I think definitely this just points out there should be a safety Baneling at all times, though. This is why, did I need that 1 extra Baneling with my attack? No, not really. Always leave a safety Baneling here. And at this stage, I like to leave one behind my 3rd base as well. Just not control group, but just hanging around as a little bit of backup. GG's. Fungal looked safer and easier. What are your thoughts? Yeah. I think I answered that one, right? Analysis. The Viper Lurker is definitely better in the long run. But the Fungal gives you a mid-game timing push, and it means it's a little bit more of a get-out-of-jail-free card. If they dive with mutas and you don't quite have enough spores there, you're like, shit! The Fungal can just go like, and just kill so much stuff. Thanks for the analysis. Oh, was that you I just played, Q? Oh, shit! What's up, dude? That was you, right? Q? GG, well played, mate. Q's in the chat, guys. Oh, damn. Yeah, Q's opening was pretty good. Safety spine, 4 Banelings. You could almost even call Q's build overly safe. But if Q pulled the drones up the ramp and got the queens on there, or it didn't even need to get the queens on the ramp, but if Q just responded a bit quicker, I was not in a great position there. What are we playing? ZVT again. That was classic. The ladder loves matching me with this guy. Okay, guys, after this game, I'm gonna open up a chat box. I'm gonna try and make sure we dodge classic, because I don't want to get GM by beating one guy repeatedly. Should we look for a rogue attack this game? We've been looking for timing attacks to try and kill our opponent. Should we look for a mass roach attack, even if it's bio? Actually, he plays mech every game, so never mind. I think roach muta is one of the best ways to kill a mech player, because you can go really hard on the roaches or the mutas. It gives you options, so it's kind of either one sets up for the other, or you go super hard on one. Yeah. Rogue is the best Zerg. What would Rogue do? He'd fucking kill him. What's up? Now, there's a really good question from All Scorpion before about the no defense at home. See, I kind of was like, well, my opponent so desperately needs to redrone there that it was an assumption I was making that they would redrone. And I think it was an acceptable assumption 99% of the time or 95% of the time. But it definitely left an opening, right? Where just leaving 2 Zerglings at home or 2 Banelings at home even would have made me so much safer. So that was a really good question from All Scorpion, pointing out something where I'm like, oh, he has to redrone there. It's going to be so hard for him to counterattack. And I guess part of why I instinctively felt that when I think about it is because I killed so much Ling Bane as well as drones with the attack. Whereas like there's those times where you kill a lot of drones, but you don't really kill any of their army with your Banelings. And you're like, oh shit, there's going to be a big force coming my way, you know? Oh, remember we wanted to do this scouting focus with the Overlord. So we're going to do that one. 4 Zerglings, 2 Queens. He's going to go block the 3rd, eh? I think that drone just went through that little narrow line of fog there. We like to pull everyone off. And let's go over to that 3rd. And remember, just send all 4 across the map. Let's just do it that way. Nice and simple. This can go there. Can go there. Oh, hello. Okay, because he's chasing me? Maybe no? Okay, if he blocks you, send a drone to the other 3rd, okay? And build a 3rd Queen, and build an Overlord. Okay. Oh, he actually killed that. I thought we got the extractor trick. Maybe he blocked the extractor from going down. Well done. So this is really well done by him. And he ends up in a much better position than I would have liked. Cool. We can try to scout. Doesn't matter. Okay. So Overlord there. Overlord there. We already have one more Overlord. It should be going out to the right side. It's all fine. Is he going to come in for a little scouty scout? I'm going to build 4 Lings because Ling speed's going to finish soon. You guys know I don't delay that. He's hunting for this. Okay. We should have already sent that in, I guess, if we reacted a little bit quicker there. So my opponent's being what we in the industry call a fuck knuckle. If your opponent's being a fuck knuckle, they want to distract you. They want you to get pissed off. Your job as a player is stay calm. Don't let it get to you. That's a free Reaper. Don't bother microing it, guys. It's a waste of time. Okay, these guys will just stay here, wait for the Queen to chase him back to the low ground. There we go. He has a very cinematic death animation. And okay, let's queue up another inject because the supply block from that Overlord did stop me building them. Let's put back on gas here. We're a little late to do that. Let's put these 2 guys to replace it. And let's send Lings around both sides of the map trying to scout what's up. Let's put a Ling on each watchtower. Build some more Lings and put this Overlord in the middle. So that's going to give us full vision of, hey, is there incoming Hellions, Banshees, Liberators? And we're just going to keep building Queens here for a little bit. Hellions. Okay. We're just going to queue this guy to run to the top corner and then try to run in again. Let's build a few more Lings to be safe. And you'll see, if we're worried about air coming in, we might build a Spore. Okay. Okay, so we don't really know what's happening right now. We're going to play as if we don't know that he's going to play mech, just to show you guys a less optimal position. So you don't always know your opponent's build orders, even though I do know this guy plays mech every game. He's still not letting me scout. At this point, I'm hashtag triggered. And we're going to just have to focus on my solid game plan. Don't play reactive. Now, he's going to keep scanning to kill creep shimmers. That's fine. This is just standard StarCraft. Okay, so he runs way too deep there. We're droning. We're going to go double Evo chamber. Do we take these gases yet? Yeah, why not? So we're going to go up to the extra gases. So that's the 4th. This is the 3rd. That's the 5th. He's got a 3rd base. Good on him. Do we have a fucking lair yet? Let's just send this Overlord in. So we see that's an engineering bay. And now we go, oh, it's neck. So sometimes people are really good at denying that. And this is why if you do a late lair build, like we're doing here. Did I see Hellions there? Run away. Okay. Attack upgrades only, remember?
The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Cool. So he's surrounding himself for me, which is always fun. Remember Spire, because we want to be aggressive. Oh no! Oh man. My banelings all ran into a rallying fucking hellbat. It's alright, we've got roaches on the way. Just remember, always send your lings across the map, guys. I'm gonna try to roll banelings in there. Hello, SCVs. So he's trying to do some very cheeky stuff. We're gonna take another hatch over there. Do we have all our gases saturated? Because I feel very low on gas.
Our forces are under attack.
If we can save this hatch, that would be huge, and we can. Where's the Widow Mines at? Oh, there they are. I almost don't... Okay, we're going to build some extra queens. These guys are all going to do an inject, and I'm also adding them all to my creep defense key. Because I need more creep, guys. He killed so much creep there. This is a really good opening by him. And he's going Mass Widow Mine. Now, what do we counter Mass Widow Mine with? Remember, guys? Counterattacks. So we're splitting those roaches and just A-moving them. I'm not even going to micro them. And banelings. Banelings, banelings, banelings. I'm going to saturate this base a bit more, even though it feels super dirty doing that to a base that's deep in the red like that. And I'm not even going to micro the units, remember. Let's get Overlord speed. So that we actually are doing that stuff. Looks like these roaches doing some pretty good damage, man. They're fighting Hellion Widowmine. Yeah. Alright, just get them in the mineral line. Let them do their thing. Let's get attack upgrades. And remember, guys, mutas. Now, why mutas? A muta's good versus these units. No. And oh my god, I just messed up my control group. Ah, so now I have to go around control grouping the eggs. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Okay, so now we've got the mutas. They'll go wait at the staging point. Send some changelings out. Let's keep making sure he doesn't get bases for free. That's what Battlemech players want. And we're going to build about 20 roaches and then lots of banelings. And remember, that's just generally what you do up against mech. Now we can add an infestation, we can add some flyer upgrades or this or that. But look at this. This is what you don't let happen, guys. Battlemech players especially are going to try to just keep you busy with silly, annoying things. And then build expansions everywhere. And if you let them do it, they can just out-Zerg you, essentially. They will just roll over you and you'll be in trouble. Now, if you don't know where your economy is because the game's messy, hover over the top right. 89, more than enough. And we can just send our roaches to deal with that. And we can respread the creep. Mutas will fly into the back now. Looks like his turrets are really poorly placed. They're not actually guarding the workers, so we're just going to tell these guys to hold position. Okay, let's go. And we're going to make a few more overseers because we know he's on Mass Widow Mine. Okay, so we're going to fly around the back with those to the dead space. Guys, check this out. 3 banelings, 3 or 4. If you do 4 or 5 because you're not as good at clicking, that's fine. Don't even need to detonate them. Easiest kills. And these guys can just hold position there. All we're doing is building Ling Bane now, guys. And let's just send some Lings in first in case there's Widow Mines. There we go. And even if you don't have the fancy splits like I just did, guys, that's fine. You can just basically run some Lings in and say, I don't mind losing these guys, you know? And if you get Banelings on top, remember what I said, if you can get some Banelings on top, that's always great. Takes 3 Banelings though, and right now I don't actually have that many, so... If we can take... Oh, that's 3 Banelings, there we go. Check it out. Manually detonate them. So if your opponent ever has a massive clump of Widow Mines, that's really worth doing. If they've just got 1 or 2 spread like my opponent does there, it's better to just attack elsewhere wherever possible and do it that way. Now these Lings, obviously great when there's no Hellbats around, otherwise a little bit dicey. Okay, and the mutas can fly in and kill that orbital, I guess. They're not really doing anything right now, so yeah. So we're just trying to win the game right now. So the Banelings are going to try and click into the Hellbats and then into the mineral line. And, okay. We're not really getting anything more done here. Mutas are killing that. Build more roaches. Let's just go back to our base army comp. About 20 roaches and some Ravagers if you want, depending on how much you want to use actual biles. They are a bit more resistant to tank shots as well. And you can do things like spores on the edge, especially if they're doing lib harass. It's really important if they're very active with their harassment to do stuff like that. I think we killed the command center. Oh, what was that? Widowmine? No? Maybe? Probably already killed it. Alright. We just killed that refinery, I guess. There's like a good army there. Oh, guys! You guys know the transition. Now, you don't need the Nidus Worm, but we're going to do it because it's fun, and we're almost at GM now. And that is the Nidus Swarm Host. But if your opponent, if you're going Ravager Bane, you force them off Cyclones and Battle Mech and all that into this very traditional mech style, we can just build somewhere between 10 and 16 Swarm Hosts. 16 is a very high number, so you got to be careful. I've got 73 drones, so it's okay. But if I was at 90 drones and I made 16 Swarm Hosts, I would have almost no army supply left over. So you've got to be really wary of just how supply intense Swarm Hosts are, because they're a unit that is purely for not fighting on the front like 90% of the time, right? Now notice I chuck this Nidus Worm on number 5 for me. That's actually a pretty rare hotkey for me. I don't really use it very much. It's like my secondary spellcaster hotkey. So it's you know, it's something I don't mind. And we can just pop them in there. But with good creep spread, normally you can just run across on the ground. And I normally advise people to do that rather than fiddling around with having a Swarm Host key and a Nidus key. And why make things so complicated? Why not just throw them out, you know? Oh, hello. Okay, we're going to pull back. But check it out. So when you throw locusts, make sure you control click and move command, move command. Don't land on Hellbats, guys. So we're going to come in from behind. And you want to land on the tanks and the Thors with the Hellbats, if possible. Sorry, the tanks and the Thors, not on the Hellbats. So notice I told them all to land there. And that's kind of what you want to make sure you do there. Isn't it 2 Banes with +2 for mine, says Lloyd? We can do some quick maths, I guess. 40, is it 40 damage by default with the Baneling? And then it goes 30... Fucking, I don't even know, man. 35, 38, 41 or something like that. I think you'd need +3. Let's take a look, shall we? Because the Widowmine has 90 hit points, doesn't it? Normally it's 3 in most scenarios. Let's take a look, guys. We've got a Widowmine, 90 hit points, and it does get armor upgrades as well, which does affect it. Baneling Legacy. 35. 16 plus 19. Then it gets +4. So it goes 35, 39, 43, 48. So you'd need +3 attack on Banelings before it could 2-shot them. So, yeah. Which is okay, but I wouldn't obsess over it. I would say 90% of the time you're not going to have +3 melee, right? So I think a good way to think of it is just always 3 Banelings. Yeah. And the thing is, I didn't show it there, but often in games, I will box 5 Banelings and just blow them up on like a clump of Widowmines. Sometimes 7 or 8 Banelings. People are like, dude, that was 8 Banelings to 3 mines. That's a bad trade. And I'm like, if the Widowmines don't fire, I don't give a shit, dude. Trust me, you can take bad trades directly. Just, if you can stop the Widowmines from firing, that's always good for you. That's always good for you as a Zerg player, man. Like, I'll trade 2 Banelings for every Widowmine. That's fine. That's fine. If a Terran has 8 Widowmines in a fight, I get to just trade 16 Banelings for the mines before the fight really happens. I would do that every time. What's up? For those who don't know, by the way, guys, don't forget to subscribe to !YT2, the second YouTube channel. The coaching channel is where Terran Bronze to GM will be going when we finish this. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Yeah, this guy, I forgot to open up the chat box to make sure we dodge this player. All right, guys, we're going to cheese him this game because this is... I even tried to handicap myself by not going straight to roaches, even though I know that player plays mech every game. I mean, this is a small map, so this is actually a good way to play this map anyway, is pool first. We're going to do the Lambo build, which might just kill him. So a classic's just the Terran who's about 4,500 MMR, and as I'm up above 4,900 now, I don't want to do that. So we're going to do the 5 roach pressure. We'll turn one of them into a Ravager. Nice simple opening, good aggression, and could potentially straight up kill him, depending on how we go. I'll move 2 Overlords across the map. Let's get that spawning pool down on 16. And then I think we go like 18 hatch, right? After that, I think. I believe it's 18. Could be 17, doesn't really matter. Either way is fine. I thought it was 17 pool, 17 hatch. Lambo's build? I think it's 16 pool, isn't it? I don't think it really matters. It's pretty much the same thing. As long as you stop on 17 supply. So we build 1 drone to replace that extractor drone. And then we build 4 Zerglings, which will of course dodge the Reaper. We should be good. Can you do the transition to layer and mutas? And that's probably a very good way of finishing the game in this against this player. I wouldn't say it's always the most solid way of playing. We'll see how it goes. I like doing that transition because I find that very fun. Alright guys, so we've got 4 lings on the way. We're finally going to start that queen. Queen gets very delayed with this build because you want to make sure that roach warren's on time and those 4 lings are on time to try and do maximum damage. Now we're going to build 2 drones. You might be like, dude, shouldn't you build Overlord first? Yeah, normally I'd go drone Overlord, so, and then save the lava. So this might slow down our roaches by a few seconds. I don't think it should be too big of a deal. Oh, he gets in. I wasn't paying attention to my Overlord, guys, and the fact that he actually scouted me. So we can still run in with these Zerglings and see what we can do. Okay. So we're going to go for the surround. We just roaches. Roaches. And what's he building? Bunker, factory. Pretty standard stuff here to try and respond. Then we build a queen and an overlord right after, okay? So we've got 1 overlord out front there, 1 overlord out front here. Our roaches are just rallying across the map. We want one of the front ones to morph into the ravager. Okay. There we go. More drones, which puts us into a supply block, which is totally fine. And if you want to go mutas, usually you skip ling speed here, but yeah, I think we're going to do ling speed and maybe just try to kill him with like a ravager ling follow-up. I think that'll be probably the quickest way to like straight up win the game. Alright, so let's just get right in there. Let's not waste any time. Obviously he knows it's coming and is prepared, so we're not expecting game-ending damage or anything like that. So we want to go ling speed. We want to go to 3rd base. And we want to make sure we kill this reactor. At least we killed that SCV there. And we're just going to try to run in with these roaches. Ravage is still picking off the depot. Looks like he's being a little bit greedy, which is, I think, very good for me. Okay. So we're just going to try and focus down some SCVs. Let's drop that 3rd base. And, I mean, I saw that he had this building already, so I'm going to build a score here, and we'll make that. I mean, that Cyclone's 100% going to kill me, so... Yeah. Put some Overlords. He's got a Viking out. Yeah, not very happy. I think I don't think I should have gone in there. Maybe? Not really sure. Alright, so we're going to play... do we want to play Roachling here? I think we want to play Carapace Roachling. I'm going to make some Roachies now and some Zerglings. So just 4 Roaches and then Zerglings. Notice I've pulled all my Overlords back because I don't want to give any free kills to that Viking. Otherwise that's going to cause me a lot of problems. So let's put some Ling Spotters out. And we want to get Carapace. And this is all off just 2 gas, remember, so... Come on. 150 minerals, 150 gas. Oh my god, he goes for the 3rd on location again. What a greedy guy, man. So we're going to build a whole bunch of Zerglings now. And see if we can just cancel that. I don't think we want Roach speed with this. I think we just want Ravages. So we're just going to build a big round of Ravages here. Or two Ravages, aka big round. We're going to drone the third base. We're going to take a fourth behind it, but it's just a production. This is a macro hatch fourth. This is essentially a delayed Ravagerling all in, for those who don't know. So all we're doing is we're going to just try and cancel this. This is only meant to cancel the third, by the way.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Let's see what we can get. Can we get more damage here?
Forces are under attack.
Because this is not meant to be a kill move, guys. We're just going to drop the bios to try and catch any SCVs that run away. He actually killed the hatch. Well done. Unfortunately for him, that comes at the cost of everything. So he just has nothing at home. Yeah, I do this sometimes. Oh, okay. Well, thankfully for us, we can just keep rallying Zerglings. So Zerglings count as this because we'll win the base trade. So as long as we keep rallying Zerglings, I think we're good. So we can click the starport to make sure he doesn't get any more units out as well. Any more battlecruiser units. And I think that should be really nice. Do we have spores on each base? We do. We can try to build a spire, but I think just more drones for now is probably more important. And he will teleport across. Yeah, as expected.
Our forces are under attack.
So we do lose one. Oh shit. But because he came across, these Lings can just win the game. So we push him back, and the Lings will get the surround. And that's a course game. So remember, this is always a trick. If your opponent's counter-harassing you with air, but you've already done big damage, they can't defend at the same time. More spores, more spores. We're just holding down the drone key behind this just to make sure we're not all in. The drones are an accident, of course. They just kind of got on the hotkey. And that is that. A little bit of a messy one there, man. All because I didn't deny the scouting at the start. So just remember, pay attention to your vision. I saw the SCV move out. So we saw this for quite a few seconds there. Our second overlord didn't see it, so that's something where you could say, oh, you should always make sure your second overlord kind of moves through the middle of the map to see the SCV scout rather than on the edge, and then queue it over to the side if you want to bring two overlords to the front. Second overlord's not really necessary, and it actually ended up just being Viking fodder anyway. So you could argue just leave the overlord at home, and then you can see the SCV or the Reaper running in and out, and that's really nice. And in that scenario, I would have probably kept my Lings at home to try and kill this SCV, right? I would have either tried to intercept it, probably on this top of this ramp. I'd probably put all 4 Zerglings and just try to, like, kill. And he's actually not mineral walked. You see how he got blocked there? He wasn't clicked on minerals. So he would have probably just died very quickly on the high ground. And at the very least, I could have split 2 Zerglings back. And on creep, he's not going to get past them on creep, right? Unless he manages to get past, go around the edge, and then duck in here. It's going to be really hard to get in. And that way I can send 2 Lings across to threaten, 2 Lings to deny scouting, and he has no idea if I'm going the Roach Warren or not. Probably doesn't have the bunker and everything pre-prepared on the high ground. GG's. Yeah, we're going to open a chat box, guys. If you ever are playing the same person, you don't want to play them, just open a chat box there and you can see. Hi. You searching game? I want to dodge. So we're just... you don't need to ask. Normally you can see that they're searching. He's not responding, but he started searching. Searching 1v1 2 minutes. Okay, maybe he was already searching. It just lagged. But we should be able to see when he's in game. So when he's in game, there should be that symbol like P Drinker there has. You caught 4 aliens with 12 Lings and weaken them on creep. I never have that success with my Lings. Hellions always wiggle free. Is there a secret micro? Well, my opponent just went way too deep, dude. He just went way too deep. I mean, sometimes they'll wriggle out, sometimes they won't. Just try to move past them and then A-move. Try not to over-micro it. Yeah. Just more practice, but sometimes they'll wriggle out. Depends as well. Sometimes the Hellions will happen to focus and clear the Zerglings that would have closed the gap, and just by chance or by skill. Yeah. Was I going to make a mana hatch last game? They were accidental drones. They just accidentally got thrown into my army key. Just a bit of a mistake in the chaos. So why Carapace? Good question, guys. So the Carapace there, if you're doing a Ravager Speedling all-in, it just makes your units very tanky versus the Marines. And usually in the early stage, Marines are a big part of your opponent's defense. Helps against the Hellions as well. Even Banshees have 2 attacks. So your Roaches getting an extra armor. It's -4 on each then, if you've got that on each Banshee volley. Makes your Lings and Roaches way better versus SCVs as well. They only do 5 damage a hit, so they do 20% less. So it's just a nice way of making it. So generally with that style, you're looking to YOLO in with Ravager Ling and just kind of surround things and kill them. And it's very low gas because all you're spending money on is Ravagers, Carapace, Ling speed, and everything else is just... It's essentially a Zergling all-in with some Ravagers to give it just a little bit of depth and longevity. Roach into Mute is very annoying to play against. So people were talking about that, yeah, like why is Roach into Mute good for killing mech? Well, it's just because you need very different things for both scenarios. The one problem, and looks like my opponent found a game. Awesome. So the one issue you find is a player who's gone Cyclone. Cyclones shoot up and shoot down, right? Thing is, Cyclones are kind of they're kind of like Stalkers. They're kind of bad in general, right? They're very weak. They're very, very weak. So it's like, if your opponent goes for the most middle of the road response Mass Cyclone Hellion, it's like, okay, Roach Mute is not necessarily as good there, but you could still just overwhelm them with Muters. Like, you just catch the Cyclone Hellion on the map and you just surround them with Lings and Muters, and you just like kill their whole army so quickly before they can finish off a single Muter with their lock-ons. Or if you just have like a certain number more Muters than they have Cyclones, which because you can build 20 at once, you can do, jump on top, kill a bunch of Cyclones, dive through the mineral lines. So it's hard for Cyclones to do that. It's also something where Cyclones can just get overwhelmed by Mass Roach Ravager, or Mass Ravager Ling Bane as well. So the Cyclones are a very good mobile unit for gaining value over time, but they're not like tanks will behind walls or tanks in good positions with Hellbats guarding them. Stomps just ground army, right? So you've got that, and then you've got, okay, so that stomps ground army. Okay, Thors and Widowmites spank Mutalisks, right? But both of those units kind of do really poorly in the other scenario. Tanks don't help against Muters at all. Thors and Widowmines really kind of useless versus Roaches and Ravagers, right? So you've got to keep all of this in mind when you put this together. Now this is, once again, Beckett. Tiny map, guys. Good map for me to go 12 pool. We're not going to do that. We're just going to go pool first. On 16 supply. Try to get it out as early as possible. So there's always going to be the potential there for me to go 6 Zerglings nice and early. Now, he's probably going to come and block me, but we can try to kind of fake taking the 3rd base, I think, and then we can have some good time. So we'll build the spawning pool in the back so he doesn't get free scouting of it the moment he comes into the base. I don't like to build too many buildings behind my mineral line and stuff because it does create some nasty choke points for your opponent to play with. So you see he's there. So does he follow me? How much does he commit to denying my base is a good question. So the Overlord's going to sit above him. Okay. So notice we pulled that drone back and we took our base there. Humble sire. I like it. We could maybe kill him. So we're going to build 6 Lings straight away. See if we can cause a bit of a response. Whether or not it does damage, it's not the end of the world, guys. It's going to force him to build a Zealot early, probably on such a small map. I don't think he can just ignore it. If he can just ignore it, get an Adept out, and not take a ton of damage, well, that would be interesting. But look at this. He's even responding with 2 gate, guys, because he didn't see my natural. So I think he thought he was getting 12 pulled. Oh, this is fantastic. This is so good for me, guys. I don't know where his guy went, is the only thing. His Overlord. So we're kind of going to try and hunt that down. Let's build another Queen behind this. But look at that. His Nexus is so delayed. So I'm going to go into his main with this Overlord and try to see what tech he goes. And he's now going to try and make a Adept. And I don't want to hang around long enough to die to that. So we're just going to back off. He buys a bit of time there. That's totally fine. Oh, this is such a good start for me. And it's because we were a little sneaky with that pool first drone. There's something Serral, a lot of those guys have started doing a lot more. And it's really nice, dude. So Overlord's just going to sit above the pillar in the main. If he makes the right units, he can kill that. I don't care. That's totally fine by me. And let's just try and get that third up before the Adept can be here. All right, inject, inject. So our injects are now synced up. We've got 6 Lings here to defend the Adept. We can put this Overlord there. Oh, okay, this Overlord down there. Sorry, that Overlord out there. And he's going to go like this. Okay, so we're going to go across the map now, saying, hey, where's your Adept? Did you go Stalker first, buddy? I don't think so, but it seems to be sitting at home. So we're going to try and kill this probe. Now we're going to see if we can run up. So because there's nothing there, it means his tech is somewhere at the front. So if we can just run Zerglings up to his ramp, that's going to see what's up. So we're just going to try to run these Zerglings up and check what's going on. Extra Overlords. Should have had an extra one building. Apparently I didn't. So we're going to do a nice little extractor trick. Oh, he's got a lot of gateway production. Okay. So we're going to get a roach one. Try to see what's going on. Alright, I'm going to make a bunch of Zerglings. Just to make sure we have control. I still don't know what he's up to, so I'm a little worried right now. I'm going to build 1 spore. He's denying scouting very well while doing something very confusing. You gotta remember that Hupsaya, bit of a, I think he does like to mind game a little bit. I don't think he's gonna be the guy who just tries to play the most safe and standard macro style. So build Overlords for safety behind this, guys. And there's a depths up there. So let's catch these guys. Okay, we're just gonna A-move that. 3rd gas. Okay, so we're making roaches here. Okay, we still don't know what he's gone for tech-wise. So we're just kind of scouring the map with our Zerglings. More Overlords. My drone count's very low, because we've been very respectful of the danger of what could come out of a guy who's building this many gateway units earlier, right? Now this might come back to bite me if we just don't have enough economy. So I'm building another round of drones here. Let's try and get that. Ah, okay. It is an all-in, guys. So it's a big all-in attack coming from him. This one could absolutely get me. Okay, so notice we're going to try to intercept this far out, if possible. I just don't know which way he's coming from. Okay. Let's just check he's not taking a 3rd behind that. So this is one of these very zealot heavy, but they're slow zealots. Which are just not the best units. But they're very good versus my my Zerglings. So I've gone back into the Roach Ravager. Woo! Good all in from him. very hard to figure out what the fuck he was doing. Look at how many minerals I was floating. I was thinking about building spores and spines in the middle of the fight, and I was like, no, it's dumb to build spores and spines while someone's in your base. In this scenario, there's only one way he could win. And that's me A-moving my units into his zealots, so the zealots could be efficient, clear the zerglings, and then the immortals and the sentries can be really efficient versus my roaches and ravagers. So in hindsight, I should have been a little bit quicker to realize what the fuck this was. At first I was like, yeah, it's a big gateway timing, but once he started making so many slow zealots, I, at some point here, should have grabbed some zerglings and sent them to attack his wall. Now that's easily defended, right? Very easily. So, number one, what are we doing with that? We're forcing him to warp in a unit or two at home. Your zerglings are useless at engaging this army once the zealots are in there, right? Unless you've got a full surround and overwhelming numbers. I did not have that. I did not have overwhelming numbers. I was on 50 workers versus 37. I'm down on army, right? I've got to buy time. I've got to use the Ravagers to drop biles, pull back, shoot, pull back, shoot, pull back. That's how this army works. So if I get even 10 or 15 zerglings across, force some warp-ins at home, that's units that'll never join the fight. They're effectively dead for the purpose of this attack, right? So if I force warp-ins, force attention away, and then I bring them over, and they're naturally a flanking force, which is going to be more useful, which is awesome, okay? So that's the first thing. The second thing here is, well, why didn't I build some spines? In hindsight, I also didn't put on this gas the entire time. I forgot to put on that gas. I was really Ravagerling focused because I saw lots of sentries and immortals. So I was like, Ravagers, Zerglings, the force fields are going to be the killer here. And it took me a bit too long for it to dawn on me that, wait a second, this wasn't about the force fields. Because he's not warping in Stalkers and Adepts. If he's warping in lots of Stalkers, Sentries, and maybe just a couple of Adepts, it's more of a ranged army that's looking to work with force fields. But he turns this into essentially an Immortal Slow Zealot all in. And I think that might even be a response to seeing how Ravager Zergling focused I am right now, right? So in that point, and I should have immediately swapped into Roach production here. Also, arguably, Roach speed maybe should get cancelled. I definitely, like I said, should have put on that gas. Gas is going to be really important once you start making Ravagers. So that's definitely an issue. And that's going to be it. We had a lair. We could have had an Overseer to see the lack of gases. It actually, I think, wouldn't have got there in time for this one. But we definitely had Overseer on the menu. He kind of pushed out, I think, as my lair finished. We'll double check that, guys, but I'm pretty sure the lair wouldn't have given me much early warning. But we kind of knew that he was doing something janky from much earlier anyway, because his tech was so late. Yeah, he built it over to the right. His tech was so late, and he didn't have a third base. And I was like, oh, we built a lot of gateway units here. So you see, he ends up on just Mass Zealot at this point with no charge. So I swap into Roach production and I try to pull back. But once again, it would have been better if my Zerglings were there. If I built a few spines, kind of just behind there, built a spine or two up here, behind your mineral lines, that would have just anchored it and made sure I don't die here. And that's really a situation we're in, is just make sure I don't die. Remember, this Zergling came from that third to this third to double check that this was basically 100% committed. And that was going to do it. So there was still a lot of sloppy engagements here because I was like, man, I don't want to let the Immortals land any hits, right? I want to pull back. But my Zerglings, I almost want my Zerglings to not be part of this, right? I almost want them to just be hiding over there. And if he 100% commits, I can bring them in, preferably around the Zealots onto the Immortal Sentry. But here I want to be doing a move, pull back, a move, pull back. And the Zerglings kind of just run in and die each time. So there is an argument here for actually like rally your Zerglings away and just manually control the Roach Ravager to do some proper biles and kiting. And notice we try to constantly bile him just to force him to pull back or to eat the biles. And we want to try to do that. Cool. Yeah. So you can see most of the Zealots, if we just keep falling back, they're not attacking. But not only that, the Immortals aren't landing hits on our Roaches very much if we keep falling back. He has to regroup his army constantly, and when it's regrouping, it's not fighting. Now, I do get a bit overeager and chase him here. I've already spent too many biles. I thought, oh, I can kill his Warp Prism, because if we get rid of that, it's huge. I also really wish I'd built another Spore or brought my Queens into the fight. My Queens are very far back because they're not microable, they're not fast. But at some point here, I'm like, shit, I'm not injecting with them, which is really bad. And they're also not killing the Prism. I really should have brought them in once this fight kind of petered out a little bit. And this looks kind of scary. You don't want to throw your Ravagers away. But the moment my Prisms can click on that, we can bile the Prism and then focus the Immortals. And we are pretty good. How do you know? How do you identify an all-in, says Assassin? I mean, there's 1,000 different attacks. Let's steer away from all-in. That's really vague. Let's be very specific. First things first. You guys want to get better at StarCraft? Stop calling things cheeses and all-ins. You can say, oh, I think he's all-in now off this attack, but the important thing is the attack. Like, I'm not necessarily saying it all out loud, but I know it in my brain. So what am I should vocalize what I understand, okay? So you guys understand. Because people be like, oh, I'm getting cheese. How do I know when I'm getting cheese? This is vague talk. It doesn't mean anything. What do you mean by a cheese? What does that fucking mean? What is an all-in? What is it? Just be really fucking clear. What was our opponent doing? I think it was about a 34 probe Immortal Zealot all-in by the looks of it. Let's check. 36, 37, 38, 37. It's 37 probe, 2 gas all in, right? So he's just under saturation on his natural, and he skipped the gases there. Basically 2 mineral lines, 2 gases. You call this a 1.5 base all in. Let's be more specific. It's 2 mineral lines, 2 gases, and it's just going to be 2 immortals and a prism, and then 8 gateways of unupgraded gateway units. Okay, cool. So we know it's a immortal sentry plus just unupgraded gateway unit. 2 base timing attack. I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to call it. The important thing is know the probe count, know the production, know their upgrades. That's what's important. And then obviously this early game was a bit different to normal, but then look at the context of when it hits. Oh, okay, and it's arriving at my 3rd base at 6 minutes or something like that, right? It's arriving my territory 6 minutes with the 2 immortals, 4 sentries, a stalker, a few adepts, a few zealots, and the prism, and a few more zealots going to be arriving soon. So really gets going about 6 minutes 30 after the first warp in on the front. Okay, cool. So now we actually have something specific. Let's talk about, shouldn't you cancel upgrades since you scouted the all-in? The Roach speed is such a good upgrade if this fight drags on. It makes Roaches such a good unit. You could absolutely argue that, and I already mentioned that earlier. I was like, yeah, you might want to cancel that. It's totally up to you. How you doing, Nevelis? Thanks for dropping by, my dude. How you doing? Do you just make 6 lings in this situation? I mean, it's a tiny map, and I went spawning pool first Protoss. I just chose to make 6 lings. You can just do it, choose it at the start of the game. You could just make 2 lings to deny the guy. I just chose to make 6 lings and try to do a bit more damage, and he kind of messed up and thought I was 12 pulling, I think. Pig, who's the GM you're playing? We're playing Hoop Sire, guys, or Humble Sire, as his name is here. If I get to Masters as a Terran, have pretty good game knowledge, is it more important to practice in Micro Trainer or just focus on playing more games? Whatever you enjoy, my friend. Whatever you find works for you. If you enjoy sitting in a Micro Trainer or Legacy of the Void unit test here, practicing a few formations, or you have a specific scenario you're not confident in and you need some repetitions or to figure out what you're meant to be doing there, what your plan is, probably good to do that in an isolated circumstance. Yeah. Thanks, Shragor, for hanging out. So back to how did I identify that I was being attacked here? I didn't until he moved out on the map, guys. I didn't identify it, but okay, so early on, remember, I left my Overlord over the main to check that he wasn't getting, to see what tech he went. And that forces him to build tech at this pylon. Now, Hope Sire here is so focused on surprising and mind gaming his opponent that he's sacrificing all efficiency and effectiveness of his build to try to be tricky. So this is a Protoss player where you're like, well, if they do inefficient things, I can't read it. That's fine. That's good. These are the perfect sort of players for you to actually focus on your fundamental understanding of situations and how to be safe and continue to scout to see what's going on. Because he actually built a 3rd pylon, then built a tech structure, guys. That started at 3 minutes 10. Do you know how late that is? That's a 40-second, 45, 50-second late tech structure. You meant to go Twilight at Stargate about 2:20. Now, obviously, he did 2 gateways. It was always going to be a bit delayed, but because he's so obsessed with me not scouting it, he's delayed it another 20 or 30 seconds here, which is an effing nightmare for him, okay? Now, on the other hand, I run my Zerglings in, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? You're meant to have your tech there, remember? I bring these Zerglings in, and I'm like, there's his shield battery, which is a sign of safety and defense, but he's also pumping units out of 2 gateways, and I'm like, we can't make a hard read here. We can't say, oh, my opponent's doing that build order, the exact same response Parting used in this scenario, because this is highly inefficient and super kind of weird for my opponent, right? But what do we know? What do we know? On the base level, we know my opponent's expanded. We know they're building out of their gateways. That's all. We're just going to do pretty normal things. Except I got supply blocked again. 36. I did this stupid extractor trick. Now I build a Roach Warren. Why do I build a Roach Warren, guys? Because I'm assuming it's ground play. I've seen a bunch of gateway units at the front, a Depths and a Stalker all cost gas, and I saw a 5th gateway unit building. I didn't know that it was a sentry yet, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a Zealot, which is even more gas. Lots of not gas. If it is a Stargate, it's incredibly late. Late Stargates aren't very frightening. If my opponent did go Stargate, maybe an Oracle comes in, does some damage, I can switch gears, but that's never going to kill me. It's not like, oh, but what if he built a really late Stargate and then a Void Ray comes? It's going to kill an extra Overlord or two. It's not going to end the game. What is going to end the game? Dark Templar, don't have detection. Glaive Adepts, don't have any units. Charge Lord all in. Immortal Sentry all in. Any sort of proper ground-based attack is what I'm actually scared of in this scenario, especially since he's already pumping out a 2-gate. So we know he's building army, right? At least a decent amount already. So we're just going to basically say, that's so much complicated. I got to weigh it all up. Pig, it's so much information. No, it's not. I'm just going on my ground branch, okay? I have 2 ways of playing ZVP. Ground branch, air branch. What's the difference? Air branch, you might get spores earlier, but main thing is you just build queens earlier, and you take your Roach Warren and your 2nd gas and 3rd gas later. Maybe 4:45, 5 minutes. Ground style, you take it at either 3 minutes 40 or 4 minutes, somewhere in that range. So you just basically, oh, it's ground style, I get my Roach Warren and extra gas is about a minute faster. That's all. So we drop the Roach Warren initially. I take a little bit longer to drop my extra gases, and that's partially because, remember, I was mining gas quite early this game. I've got a bit of a gas bank, so I kind of did a high-level adjustment where I was like, I guess I'll add a 2nd gas a little bit after the Roach Warren, and then I end up adding the 3rd gas. And the whole time, what else do? I build more Zerglings, and I keep checking for a 3rd base and trying to see what the hell he's doing. And he literally just focuses on denying scouting, because once again, what's his big priority here, guys? Trying to deny information and confuse me. That's all he's trying to do here. I also start a lair, because I'm like, could be DTs. I'd like to get a lair in there that can also open up roach speed, overseers. I build 1 spore for safety in case he's somehow proxy DT'd. This is getting kind of intuitive, that spore timing there. I'm just kind of like, nah, I'll just chuck it down and see. And I've got this pack of lings because I'm like, well, you have no business being on the map once ling speed's done. So I built a big pack of lings to chase him off and see what's going on, because I'm like, I need to see what the fuck is going on in this game. I get 1 adept, 1 zealot for some zerglings, and I've droned up behind that, right? So I drone up to where? 2 mineral lines and 3 gases. And I actually didn't have the 3rd gas yet, but I had these workers here. So it's equivalent, it's about 40 drones. If you're really worried about fast attacks, about 40 drones, 2 mineral lines, 2 gases, and maybe a couple more drones than that, or 2 mineral lines, 3 gases. I think 2 mineral lines, 3 gases is a nice kind of, I can build lots of roaches, I can get roach speed off that. That's like a good way to think of it. And I start pumping roaches while I'm continuing to scout and go, what the fuck are you doing? And then I'm like, look, he could actually be making a Forge, a Twilight Council, a Robobay, and then just taking a late 3rd off some nice tech. So I felt I needed to drone a little more here. I built those 7 roaches. I built some more Overlords, because remember, having a big supply gap free is going to give me the opportunity, if it is an all-in, if it is a big attack, to just go 100% army. So I build the Overlords first. I keep good map control. I'm checking the corners for proxies, because what he's doing does not make any sense right now. And I'm like, oh, well, I don't have vision outside his base. We should make sure these Zerglings stay outside his base to see what's up. And I do build about 8 more drones there. So I go up to 47, 50 drones. And then I see him push out, and I go, man, this game would be a lot easier if I did nothing but build roaches off 3 gases and 2 mineral lines. I wouldn't have the economy advantage, but I'd have a shitload more roaches, which would just make my life super easy right now. As it is, I'm going to need to scramble a little bit, pull back the Overlords so he doesn't get any free kills. I'm going to need to keep building Overlords, roaches, make as many Ravages as I can, and this is where I already analyzed Mortal Sentry, Ravager-ling, heavier Zealot Adept, more roaches, okay? And that's the balance. Why the Roach Warren before 4 minutes? Isn't that relatively early? Is there something that triggered you? Well, my opponent had... I generally, my default is I prefer to go 3-minute 40 Roach Warren, or 3:30 even. Like, in this case, I wasn't really worried about Glaive Adepts, but I in general like to go faster Roach Warren and just get a big pack of roaches. Even if it's just Glaive Adepts, I like to have roaches and not use the heavy Zergling defense against that. I find it's a little bit cleaner. If it's very clearly a Glaive build, or it's a more standard opening against that, obviously, you guys have seen me do very quick 325, 330 Roach Warren. So then I can get 3 roaches, morph them into Ravages by the time the attack comes. I just prefer that style. A lot of people prefer to play a bit more queen heavy, ling heavy, mineral heavy, where they'll build a spine crawler earlier. For them, they go the Roach Warren 4 minutes 10 in a standard game. But in this game, part of the reason why I have an extra reason to invest in roaches earlier is my opponent went 2-gate before Nexus and has non-stop built units out of them. And I've spotted that, and they're also hiding their tech. So they're, number one, investing in a lot more army earlier than Protoss normally does. Number two, they're clearly being a cheeky fuck by trying to hide what they're doing. That could just be economic, but roaches are what defends all ins, right? Roaches and ravages are what keeps you alive in basically every matchup versus all ins. They're the best defensive tool in the game. And just having a few roaches available means you can see an attack coming and go, oh fuck, guess what? Morph Ravages only takes 9 seconds to Morph Ravages. The most OP defensive unit we have as Zerg players. How do you know when you need drones for the defense versus leaving them mining for better reinforcements? By default, you don't pull drones to fight unless it's an emergency. So don't think of it as, do I do this or do I do that? Think of it just as a very simple equation. Don't always, and this is something in general in StarCraft, guys. The default is one thing, and then find the rule for the other thing. Too many people go, when do I do A and when do I do B? That's already, you're asking yourself 2 questions when you only need to ask one. And obviously, you don't want to pull drones into a fight. Because think about it, they're not meant for that, right? Well, when do I pull drones into a fight? When you're going to fucking die otherwise, right? So what are drones good for? Same for pulling probes, same for pulling SCVs, tanking. Workers do almost no damage. They're very clunky, they're melee, they attack very slowly. But they've got a decent little hit point pool, and there's a lot of them. So in situations where you're going to die otherwise, number one, and number two, if you've got way more workers than your opponent, so you can afford to lose the workers, the important thing is to pull them before you lose your damage output. So a lot of people, they lose their army and they go, oh, this is a fight where I pull my drones, and then they pull their drones. If you pull drones and they're fighting on their own, they're worth nothing. Almost nothing. If you pull them and tank for your Roach Ravager with them, that's where drones are very, very useful, right? Now, the drones are going to be great versus Immortal, Sentries, Stalkers, but against Zealots and Adepts, they're not going to be very useful. Could do hold position micro and force field with them. In this scenario, I felt like I didn't have the craziest economy, even though I knew I was ahead on 50 workers. I felt like I could defend with just my army. And this isn't the sort of push that's shoving into me, where I need to pull the drones and tank. He's trying to bait me into his force fields and bait me into his zealots. So because I'm kiting backwards and then he's disengaging from the biles and pulling back, I don't want to pull drones here unless he's full on headbutting into the mineral line, just walking through biles and just charging on top of my army, which he's not. Notice he keeps pulling back. So if I A-move my drones, they're just going to kind of run into his army and do what my Zerglings are already doing and what I was already complaining about my Zerglings doing, which is throwing their lives away for no reasons. Hey, congrats on Gold League, Blind Demon. These are all great questions, guys. So golden. A lot of the Protoss you're playing, 95% are still doing the Void Ray Disruptor thing. Yep, enjoy winning games with Mutalisks adapt. Muta Corruptor, so good versus that style, man. Are you looking to see if 2 probes are on each mineral patch when you scout, or are you actually trying to count to determine if he's fully saturated? Well, in this case, I didn't have any scouting available for that. Because he kills my one Overlord, and I didn't bring another one in. I think you could argue in this scenario, I could have grabbed this Overlord and flown it around the back, and then I could have sacrificed it in the back to check his gases. And if I did that now, I think I'd be able to check this by about 4:45, 5 minutes, and I'd be able to see no gases there. If you look at a mineral line, a lot of pros miss if it's a little undersaturated. But generally speaking, you can look at it and go like, oh, that's a full mineral line. That one's clearly missing a bunch of workers. You're not like, are there 1, 2, oh, only one, only one, only one. You just learn to recognize it visually very quickly, CT. You just like, oh, there's a shitload missing there. And you could always, yeah, you can always kind of, oh yeah, that looks pretty full, right? That looks like a pretty packed mineral line. That one looks a bit empty. Is there any reason Protoss would delay the second gas until 4 minutes? Or would that signify a mineral base all in? If they're doing a beginner opening, yeah, they might just be really mineral focused. I mean, all Protoss can spend minerals on is like probes, nexuses, nexi, gateway units, right? Zealots. So they might be doing a really efficient charge lot all in, really efficient, just lots of zealots, lots of adepts without upgrades, or they could just be rushing a third base technically. The third base option would be rather wild because what are they defending that with? Zealots? Yeah, so that would be pretty rare. That'd be pretty rare analysis. I mean, if they're doing a really efficient like charge lot all in or something, there are some reasons. Is there a benchmark you can check against for a third Nexus? Like, if there isn't a third Nexus and they're pushing, you can say you need to focus on making army instead, Assassin was saying. So you just want to think about, I mean, we can say 5 minutes, but what if there's a scrappy early game? What if you 12 pulled and they defended and you've both taken damage, and then you took damage there at depths, but then you did another Ling run by? 5 minutes doesn't mean anything. Just think about it in terms of your own drone count. This is always what you want to orient your thinking about, guys. Don't think, is his third late or early? It's, okay, I go 50 workers here in this game, right? And then I see his all in, and I was like, maybe a little high. Why is it a little high? Because he doesn't have gases. But I don't think it's too high, right? I'm up 12 workers, and it ended up okay. So what is 50 workers? It's 2 mineral lines, all 4 gases, and about 6 drones on your third base, okay? So what is that? Well, if your opponent's on 2 full bases, 6 drones on your third, it's a 6 drone advantage. But if they've also skipped the gases, it ends up being a 12 worker advantage, which is pushing the limits of greed there, right? So you just want to think about it that way. So think about it in terms of, if I didn't see a third, even if he didn't move out right now, and I still am like, what the fuck are you doing? All I'm going to be doing is pumping roaches from this point anyway. I did not need to see his attack to know to pump roaches. I mean, I would have been morphing an Overseer as well, of course, in a moment. Something that Boolia pointed out is, hey, you had a lair, you should be Overseer scouting. Absolutely correct. Let's see when that kicked in. It's about 5:15, I think. Yeah, about 5:20. So I could have morphed an Overseer and sent it in now, but this is kind of when he's moving out anyway. But I would have just scouted while massing roaches. Why? Because I've already got an economy lead. Even if he's maxed out on 2 base economy, he's got 50 workers, 44 workers, I'm on 50, right? I've still got a 6 worker lead. So it's just kind of like general rules there, right? It's like, it kind of depends on the situation you're in. If he's gone Stargate earlier, I could have a higher worker count than that because his attack's going to be later. If I've taken a bunch of damage early and my opening's been a total shit show, I want to probably stay even workers with him. I don't want to go any higher. In this scenario, maybe I stop at 42, 44 workers and I just pump roaches off 2 mineral lines, 3 gases. Yeah, normally about 3:30 is when I put back on gas. I'd probably do it by naturally a bit later this game though, just because we did 6 Zergling pressure, remember? So there was a little, and I did a pull first. So I ended up putting back on at about 3 minutes 50 this game. But this is, if you're doing a game, and I had 1 mining that whole time, remember as well. If you're doing a game which is more mineral focused, you might be able to do it a bit later, more consistently. If you're someone who likes to just make tons of queens every game, defend with just queen Zergling, you don't need back on gases early. So it's really up to how you're playing. Yeah. You got smoked by a 30 probe charger in because it's so hard to scout, says Analysis. Yeah, if there's a lot of really low economy ones, I mean, generally speaking, poking the wall, there's some really big tells. You'd be surprised how many people just let you see it, number 1. And number 2, like I said, get an Overlord around the back. Whenever charge lot all-ins are common or strong, I find I just never get caught by them. Because, like, if it's not Stargate, even if I don't... Okay, so one thing is you could do the Overlord scout, come in and see the gases and be like, oh, you're all-inning. Well, the other thing is, like, if they haven't shown a Stargate unit and I can't see anything they're doing at all, I'm probably going to sit on 42 drones and just make roaches and just keep making them while trying to scout really hard. So that's not a bad, yeah. And it's like, okay, but what if he's waiting until he has 6 Void Rays in the back of his base and then showing them?
My bed like rain.
Not ideal, but a bit of a gamble from them, right?
When it's the wet season.
They're kind of YOLOing. They're kind of gambling really hard at that point. So I think it's okay. Good luck, have fun, you guys. We're playing a random. And you know what they say about random players, right? I'm going to send me first drone across the map, just to scout, just to check what we're up against, guys. We'll send the first Overlord to the pillar. Set up my camera locations. 5th base up there. Okay. Okay. That's fine. So it's ZVZ. I'm just gonna harass like we're Protoss, because that's what we do. Chad gaming, Chad gaming, Chad gaming, Chad gaming. So we're just interrupting his mining there to make use of this. We're now gonna attack him, because that's fun. Okay. Run! Whew. Okay, guys, let's go across the map now with the other Overlord. Should have already been over there, to be honest. Alright, we're just gonna go with 2 lings this game. Obviously, this costs quite a bit to send that worker across. And we're gonna try and, yeah, see what we can do here. Now, this map's pretty good for a few different styles. I might try to do a roach style. Ling speed into roaches, maybe? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just do a bit of a different build here. See how our opponent holds up against it. Alright. First 2 injects on the way. And we want to go Overlord right after that 3rd hatch is down, of course. So we can put 1 more Overlord out in the middle of the map. And we'll go probably from... Yeah, I think we'll build Zerglings maybe from 34 supply. And we just want to hit that to kind of scare it back a little bit, guys. And all we're going to do now is check what's up. Is this a gasless build? Is there ling speed? There is ling speed.
Our forces are under attack.
But looks like just lots of drones for now. Very greedy opening. Interesting. We're going to build a roach warren in the wall. Wait for a few extra lings to pop, and then we're going to flood. Alright, let's go. Notice this guy's just wasting time. Let's see if we can get that. Inject, inject. Extra Overlord there. Hello! Well defended by my opponent. Good scramble.
I don't have the lofty goal of GM, but I love the commentary and analysis.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh shit, Alexa, going above and beyond to actually tip and avoid the Twitch tax. That is actually so appreciated, my friend. That is so appreciated. Okay, I'm really worried about getting Nidus Worm now, because there was a spine. Oh, what the hell? He's massing Zerglings while having a Roach Warren? Okay, what the fucking... Oh, yeah. So is this just mutas? Is that what this is? What do you guys think? I have no idea what's happening right now. Hi-oh. He doesn't have a lair? What the fuck is going on right now? This is so bizarre. Okay. I think my opponent doesn't know what they're doing, which is always good for me. I'm gonna go across the map with my roaches and lings. Roaches to the natural, lings to the third. My opponent's going roaches. Huh? Okay, this is a situation where I think I go mutas, right?
Our forces are under attack.
So we're just going to do hold position micro so that they kill the drones. And now, because he's got his roaches on top of me, we're going to try and focus fire. So notice we're just trying to focus fire the drones as much as we can. And we're going to build spines.
Bezos has enough money. 0.100000000 LTC.
Oh shit! Thank you so much for the $15. It's Gray. Oh my god, thank you, mate. So I'm building 4 spines because we just killed the third. And we also, yeah. So we just killed the third. And we also killed all the drones in the natural. So we have 57 workers. First player has next to nothing. I don't care about him killing that. That's totally fine. I've got now 8 mutas on the way, which are going to put a timer on this. He needs to do more damage. And we're going to deselect those queens from my defense key. He's not going to find anything there. Okay, except that one. Guess I forgot about that. Chase him. +2. So we've got the mutas out now. And I'm going to actually chase this roach army home.
Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack.
Okay. And, yep. There's no need to do anything. Except just luring him back and forth into my zone of mutas.
Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack.
Oh, whoops. Okay. Okay. Did I get a second Evo, by the way? I didn't. Okay, that's fine. So he's on 2 base saturation, guys. So if I can just max out on Roach Ravager, there should be nothing he can do. So let's just balance my economy. Okay, these guys are going to come in behind. We're going to put some changelings out there. And he's got 2-2. I don't actually have my upgrades yet, so we're going to run away. Shit. I thought I had a little bit more time before he pushed. Get rid of those guys and make some overseers. And now we want to grab the low hit point ones because it heals them. And we want Ravagers anyway. So Hydras are really good until we blanket stuff down on them. And then they're going to be not so good. So we're going to start +1 range. And let's go across the map. And we should be good.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces
So notice he doesn't have Biles yet. And we can just blanket Biles across the Roach Hydra, so they can't stand and fight. We've had 3 base economy versus 2 base for so long, so it's all good. So this is basically your standard NA Zerg vs Zerg player, guys. For some reason, everyone on NA goes Ling speed, but they don't take a 3rd base. And this player was also floating 1,000 minerals. I honestly don't feel like we've learnt anything about solid Zerg vs Zerg versus solid Zerg vs Zerg in this entire Bronze to GM. And it's not just because people are bad on the way up to GM. It's I honestly think Zerg vs Zerg on the NA ladder, unless you're playing the top 5 players or top 10 players, is one of the most unrefined things I've ever seen in my life. It's literally a bunch of baboons throwing poo at each other. It is so low level. And it's what's crazy to me is there's guys who are 5800 MMR who do the same builds. And it's just, there's nothing against this barcode. It's just, what the fuck are you doing? I'm making Ling speed, no 3rd hatch, and I'm floating 1,000 mirrors. What's the game plan here? Where is the fundamental fucking structure in your play? Like what? Nothing lines up. It makes me angry because it's I want to teach you guys how to make logical reads. Q says I'm offended by these remarks. You tried to play a proper build. You tried to do 2 base mutamate. You fucked up and let me do some damage with the Banelings earlier. But what? The number of times I see people do things where I'm like, okay, this is a 2 base Roach Nidus or something, right? And they're like, no, I'm just making Zerglings. I'm like, what? None of this adds up. It's actually crazy because even on my main account, I have the same experience where it feels like people don't know what they're doing in Zerg vs Zerg, and it tilts me really hard. Because I'm like, do they not know how to use Banelings? Because sometimes a lot of them skip Baneling Nest completely, but they'll still mass Speedlings. So I'm like, you shouldn't be... There's a reason why we usually go Ling Bane, map control, cover your expansions and expand at a faster rate. It's more mobility. Or you play 2 base Roach Wall off with no Ling speed. But then there's people like, I'm going to do all of the above badly, and you're like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It hurts me. I want to go see what EU mid GM and masters and stuff do in ZVZ. I wonder if it makes more sense. My instinct is, as much as I'm all elitist about it here, they would do proper builds, but they would do it as greedily as Serral and Raynor, and would probably die to any attack anyway, because they're like, oh, well, if I microed my 1 Baneling perfectly, it would have killed your 46 Speedling all in, and you're like, you got 1 Baneling? They're like, yeah. And I'm like, buddy, come on. So on the other hand, I'm sure the European players are ridiculously greedy, copying pro gamer replays without actually kind of shoring up their defenses and adding extra safety when needed and things like that, which you need to do as a player, right? You can't play as bare bones a build order as stats if you were a Protoss player back in the day. Well, I mean, it's my home, guys, the North American ladder. This is where I live. Why don't you play EU? I don't like playing with 300 MS ping, guys. It kind of tilts me. When my units don't respond for 3 seconds after I fucking click them. But yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. I'm sure there's plenty of people playing well. I just rant about this so much because I want to understand what my opponent's goal is in the game, and I always open the replay. And by the end of looking at the replay, I understand less. And I'm like, this is why it's why we should always have safety Banelings. This is why we should make a Baneling nest a lot of the time. Like, you know, it's all good. It's just take a deep breath. We're all good. It's okay. Yeah, it's fucking funny, man. The NA ladder. It's a fun place. I mean, to be fair, it teaches you solid play. Teaches you very solid play. You guys have seen Jason's stream, right? I used to wonder why Jason just played so defensive and safe in every scenario. And then I realized that he was a young man who was raised on the North American ladder. And I was like, I get it now. I get why he just makes more command centers and turtles up. I get it. Please see Redemption for this rant feels quite appropriate. What's Redemption? Oh, the channel point Redemption? Yes. We should be ranting from the dumpster for sure. I get you. I go 2 base Roach very cleanly in ZVZ. Is that enough for any GM? 345 Roach production layer +1? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, dude, a solid Roach speed layer +1 timing actually is part of why I sometimes cancel my Baneling Nest and play greedy, because I'm worried about my opponents hitting a really crisp Roach timing. but it just never happens on the NA ladder. No one hits a good roach timing. How to win Dolan? He plays special. Does he just hit you with big all-ins? I think Dolan is usually someone I've done pretty well against. I mean, that's a player who'll teach you just solid fundamentals, I think. All right, guys, let's get GM. I think we're already there, to be honest. But let's make sure. Let's make 100% sure. So right now, actually, oh, GM just cycled. Oh, did we just miss it? I think we just missed it. They may have just updated it because these numbers change. Or maybe, actually, I think it kicks people out like an hour earlier. Then it adds people in. But anyway, basically, like I said, if we get, was it 5.1 is obviously quite high. 50-50, it'll definitely be in GM. That puts us like rank 160. So go to contender. Oh, what's that show? Oh, so I'm the lowest contender player right now. Does that mean you'll get in? I didn't even know this was a thing. You can see if you're in contender. So are these the people who currently will go into GM if there's 33 slots open? Oh, I didn't even know this was a thing, Ran. That's cool. There's not 33 spots open though, so I'll have to get about 50 more MMR to make sure we get in. 10 fucking years? Well, first of all, they didn't have that shit for a long time in those 10 years. Second of all, it's 11 years. Third of all, been GM the entire time since it first came out, so why would I be looking at that list? That's like, hey, ripped guy, why don't you have a 1 kilogram dumbbell in your apartment? And I'm like, you think I need a 1 kilogram dumbbell? The fuck, man? Get out of here. This guy needed to see me against Protoss and he snipes me in ZVZ. What an ass. What an ass. Well, it is what it is. Yeah. Alright, second base, third base, fourth base, and fifth base. I've been very ground focused today rather than muta focused. As I said, mutas is my main style, but I want to be killing people today. Which is why I haven't been going straight for mutas. I've been mixing in mutas when I've got a roach advantage as a way of kind of finishing the game off. Yeah. So it's been fun. I think this is working out pretty well so far today, but there's some more things we can do. So we're gonna go gas and pool. I feel like that drone started a few seconds late. I don't want to have my pool delayed, so pull one off minerals just for a second. This is ZVZ, guys. So we're playing Zerg versus a player called Please Fix ZVP. And if he sent lings around the right side, we actually won't know about them. So pull one off minerals onto gas, and then this still basically ends up being, maybe we missed 4 gas there doing that. It's good enough. I really like tight timings. 16 or 17 hatch. 47 seconds, 16 hatch. So it depends on different maps, because different maps have slightly different mineral formations, so you can't reliably get the exact same hatchery timing. It's cool to have that attention to detail and try to, like, you know, oh, let's try and see, was my hatchery down right on time, that sort of stuff, but just remember that it's not going to be exactly the same because your minerals are slightly different, and then also the way your workers mine at the very start of the game is just a little different, so it's going to be slightly different game to game. Shouldn't be a massive change, but just something to keep in mind. Yeah, let's just group up my lings so we can beat the crap out of his lings, and we're going to go straight towards his third. He only came out with 2 lings, so we might even be able to surround him, but it looks like he's dodged me. Let's get that baneling nest most ASAPly. Gonna build 2 lings so it's ready to morph into baneling straight away. And this guy sits here. We need an overlord in the middle as well.
Our drones are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Okay, let's try and run away. Okay, I think I'll do a nice little baneling timing just because my opponent feels like is so defensive. Yeah, it doesn't need to be huge. So I'm not sure if he sees what's going on there. Oh, okay. So we're going to try and just dart on in, see what we can do. Okay, so we got some guys. That's cool. So we're going to try and trick him into thinking we're taking that. Because my opponent hasn't been scouting very actively, guys. We're sending fake drones underneath him. And we're pulling his attention here right as the drones go past. And then we're going to keep him busy with... Oh! He's attacking me. Never mind. Okay, we're building lots of roaches. My ownlings are going to clear up that.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, so he's going to kind of wait for me here. Okay, so I was preparing for my own attack, which obviously helped me out here. The Baneling's very good for just wasting time on his Zerglings, and that Spine Crawler up front tanked really well. So, because my opponent wasn't scouting that much, I was like, oh, this guy's just going to be really greedy. I just kind of felt like, you know what, it's never a bad idea to go for these very early attacks in ZVZ. And there's a reason he wasn't scouting, guys. It's because he was at 24 workers gearing up for his own all-in. Right? And I was like, oh, okay, mother trucker. So yeah, because like, obviously he built a few more drones, but I think he was already gearing up for the all-in before I did the damage, right? I think? I'm not sure. Very light on the defense, and once again, my opponent is in big trouble because of their Overlord positioning, I think. He's got pretty good Overlords out there, but remember, I always say the Overlord out here is so important to give you early warning of Banelings. These Overlords are kind of coming out here. But I think he actually loses vision here. Big mistake. Big mistake. And it's like, yeah, that Overlord's very important. There's no reason these Banelings should have come in. Also, he saw those Lings here earlier. He saw them run to the right, and he never saw them return home. Despite having Ling here, Overlord here, he knew there was Lings hiding up here. He should have been searching for them, knowing there was Banelings. If you see 4 Lings go and hide in the fucking shadows in your corner of the map, there's a very good chance they're making Banelings. So number 1, should have hunted for them. Number 2, that Overlord's got to be there, even a few seconds warning. If his 2 queens just A-moved forward, rather than this one's moving to the left and that one's there, he could have created a semi-wall with the Baneling nest. Every Baneling would have died, or at least 3 of them before getting in the minerals. Easiest hold of his life. Especially if the Baneling detonated on them as well. So this is just unnecessary damage due to my opponent making mistakes. And I didn't actually get... He did a very good split, so I'm really impressed with my opponent's split there. Good spready. But we did get him down to 24 workers, and he was already planning a Roach all-in, a big Roach Whittling Bane attack, which is not a bad way of playing at all. But then I'm planning the same thing. So we're basically planning mirrored strategies, but I just did a bunch of damage there with a bit of Ling Bane, and that's also a good way of kind of setting up for my attack. So mine's obviously a bit later. And I'm even faking drones to really sell the story. So did we bring his attention here? Did that work? Let's check his camera movement. This works very consistently the higher level you are. But we're still around 5k, so this might not have worked. Let's see. So the idea is he might not notice the drones transferring, but we want to drag his vision, remember? So we're on my opponent's vision here. Regular game speed? Yeah. See, so we drew his vision. We made him see, oh, I'm droning the third. So that's going to entice him into attacking into me even harder. Now, if he wasn't going for the attack, that would entice him into droning harder. Either way, good for me, right? Because I was planning my own attack, and I was like, oh, let's just defend. Let's just defend. Let's turtle up. Because he's doing the same attack just a little earlier than me. Dream scenario for me. Now, I did obviously see that he was keeping his Zerglings at home. And I was like, oh, very clever. He's using all of his Zerglings to clean this up. So I was like, okay, if we just morph some Banes here, we should be okay. He actually took a pretty good fight with his Zerglings. I probably should have ran the Zerglings away. But I was like, yeah, no, it's fine. We've got Banelings finishing. So if he just A-moves this, he'll lose all of his Zerglings. He actually disengaged at the last second. Really well done, man. Look at that. Very well done by my opponent. But at the end of the day, it was only 6 Roach Massling Bane, and I do get out enough Roaches. I get a Spine at each base. We keep falling back to the choke point. My Banelings buy a little bit of time for me as well. So this is all good stuff. It's scary for him to commit in with his Zerglings, and attacking into this choke point. It's really hard, right? Good focus fire on the Baneling. Very nice play for my opponent. But just a little bit desperately all in here, and doesn't find the damage. GG's. So my build just happened to be perfectly countering my opponent's build. So that's a little bit of luck there. A little bit of luck on my part. How did you fake the drones? Were they just transferred? Yeah, so I just pulled like 8 drones from my natural and just sent them to my third, even though that loses mining because I didn't actually have extra workers on my natural or anything like that. It was just a good way of if you're going to go for an attack, let your opponent see that you're droning your third, even though you're not. It's the fake drone transfer is a ZBZ classic. Okay, we got a Zerg vs Terran vs Phoenix. If he hasn't left, would you mass unit or drone to end it later? So would I counter swing with my, I'd definitely move across the map. I think either one is a fine choice, Kaiboy. I could either just build some more roaches and then just rally Ling Bane and go all in. Or, well, we're not all in, but, you know, commit really hard to the counter attack. Or I could grab all my units I've built, move them across the map to threaten, and just be droning hard behind it and go into the next step. I think they're both fine choices. Just comes down to what I feel like doing in the moment. You could argue droning is a safer way to get further ahead there, but it's really just your own choice. I think they're both totally fine. The important thing is even if you're droning, you still at least move across the map, right up to their base, and threaten them. And then if you see they've built enough units, you just back off. So you scare them into keeping it on unit production, and then you just go home. You're like, no, I wasn't actually attacking, I'm droning this whole time. La 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 la. Is it still viable to go triple Overseer and contaminate their hatch in ZVZ? You can do it. I don't think it's worth it, personally. I think it's because they can just have extra hatcheries for production as well. You gotta remember. Like if I see someone do that, I'm not only gonna get some anti-air and kill some of those. Oh, this is a bit early on my gas and pool, guys. Oops. Should have one extra drone. Oh well, it's not the end of the world. So not only would I do that if I was defending a triple Overseer contaminate, I'd also probably take a quick 4th base. I'd be like, oh, you've spent a bunch of money on that. You can't kill me right now. I'd just drop an extra hatchery straight away. Because that's going to give me more production and potentially more greed and economy. Because if someone's going triple Overseer, they're not going to have the fiercest timing attack. I'm not saying I'd necessarily drone that base, but I definitely try to keep the option open to drone that base. Like if someone's doing, it's the same thing if someone goes range live versus you, you're like, oh, this is really annoying, but this is never going to kill me. So wait a second, can't I just be super greedy now? And then you're like, oh yeah, I can. Cool. Okay, Queen Zerglings. I think I'm going to send 2 Lings across the natural. I don't know, actually. Actually, I think I'll keep them both all in the main, guys. Remember, we like to pull fully off gas here in ZVT. So he does a very conservative grenade there. How did this guy take so much damage? That was weird. Oh, we ran up the ramp! I could have just A-moved that to kill him, guys. You usually want to go creep first on the natural in ZVT because it's so important. And nice surround. There we go. Just a little bit too fancy from him. Queen and then Overlord. I'm going to build the Overlord in the main. We're going to go, you go there, you go there, you go there. And I'll build one more Overlord just to make sure we don't get supply blocked. We'll do that one. Now we're just going to check if he swapped the barracks or not, guys, because that tells us what style it is. We're going to do an inject. And we see Hellions. So we know it's not going to be like a double barrack stim push or anything like that. Thank you very much for the love, everybody. Memeling with the 13-month resub.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
So we don't really want to have our lings here, guys. I guess I'll just leave one ling patrolling up there, just because why not? Okay, let's build some more stuff. We should have already put guys on gas. We're going to do that a bit late this game. We're building an extra queen there. We're droning our third. Nice and hard. Let's get this creep out. Shuffle these overlords forward. Let's just send this overlord in, shall we, guys? Oh, he's got a second marine. Interesting. Okay. So what we're going to do, we just saw the Hellions leave. We're just going to queue that Zergling in, and hopefully it sees what's up. Build a few more Zerglings. We're just droning behind this. Drones. So he's going for either a medevac or a Liberator. So we'll build a Spore in the main, because that's obviously going to defend the Liberator. We're just checking for Armory. Might be an Armory somewhere. Don't know. Let's make a Baneling Nest as well, because that'll help us against Hellbats. You can do it with just Mass Queen. So don't get me wrong, you don't have to do this. And I'm going to take 2 more gases as well as some overlords. Now, why am I taking those gases early? Well, it's not really necessary, but because I foresee myself having to build banelings here. Now, we can actually tank with the queen, because we know with the spore there, we'll only take 1 or 2 hits. And he's going to try to run in, which is very dangerous, and he gets punished for it. Just make sure you don't chase there, because if I chased, he would have had a nice funnel for his Hellions to do maximum splash. And now I'm just droning. Putting guys on gas here. You go there. Take the 4th up there, which I normally don't bother doing. We'll do it that time. He's going to kill an overlord, no worries. I actually want 1 creep tumor up there in the main, so I'm going to queue that there. And that's saturated. Alright guys, let's go. Lair, Evo Chamber, double Bane Nest. Now remember, double Evo Chamber and Bane Nest. Now of course I already made the the Baneling Nest, so we don't need that part. And now we can rally everything to the 3rd, because main's finished, natural's finished. 3 on the gas. 3 on the gas. And this is something that just becomes like clockwork, balancing your economy there and just kind of going, hey, make sure all those mineral lines are nice. Put a few overlords out on the edges just to see what's up. We're going to make 1-1. And let's put some Zergling spotters out. It looks like earlier when I ran in, I did see a command center. I'm only just noticing that now. I didn't realize. So that's a pretty quick command center. And all I'm doing is building lings. Why? Because that's what we do off 3-base production. What? Did he just trap his Hellions? I think he did, guys. Ooh, my lings weren't quite there quick enough to surround him. Oh, almost. I wish. Okay. Let's get a Macro Hatch. Let's get a Spire and Bane Speed. We're going to make an Overseer to go through. I still don't know what his style is. And we're going to start opening all these rocks up. Okay. We can go maybe a few Banelings here. Just make sure we have some units ready. Let's put those guys up there. A few more guys on minerals, just because why not? And I mean, we might as well take extra hatcheries, right? Why not? So why do you do this at this point in the build, Pig? Because why not? I like building things. Basically, when you have a lot of freedom in the game like this, good thing is to just do a bit of everything and kind of get ahead that way. Looks like Bio, finally we get to confirm what the shit we're up against. Now, obviously, we're worried about Widow Mines a little bit, so we make Overlord speed. Still making lots of Lings and lots of Banes. Check your Bane speed, so go to your natural and go, oh, okay, it's like 20 seconds away or whatever. Opponent's been very focused on denying that creep on the front. It hasn't really actually been keeping me back or scaring me. Now you can build Corruptors if you want to go super tanky. Units really good for taking Widow Mines to the face and that sort of stuff. And we're just gonna basically overwhelm it 10 times more stuff here. So we just had so much stuff. You just A-move it with pure numbers. Now, I did drone a little bit on the 4th, but I think a simpler way to think of this, if you're not super duper fast, good at reading the game or whatever, just always mass units off 66 drones. It's just a good rule. It's just a good rule. Just keeps you... Okay, that's fine. Come down the ramp. He's going to come down the ramp. He's going to try and take out the banelings, but there's no way. Put these banelings in the worker line. And GG. So we just kind of... That was an interesting game because it just felt like, yeah, we got ahead off the opening, I guess, right? Did we do any damage early? Not really. We killed the Reaper. We scouted at the right time with a Zergling. He denied my Overlord with 2 Marines. If it was just 1 Marine, I was going to sacrifice it. So we did do an advanced scouting there, right? Where that Zergling came in and saw no add-on on the starport. So I was like, oh, he could do a Hellbat timing. He could do it. Basically, what I know is he's not going Banshees. He's not going Battle Cruisers. So if you want to just build a Spore in each base, that's totally fine here. On this map, I feel like it's just so common they hit the main that I was like, I'll just build a Spore here. And my Queens will be down here. So they'll defend a Medevac or a Hellbat there anyway. And everything else was exactly the same. I just built a few extra Zerglings to make sure I had some extra support. In case it was like a Hellion drop or just to help against Hellbats once they break formation. And we just dropped a Baneling Nest, which I often don't like to get by default. But if you always build a Baneling Nest at a safe timing, 4:20, 4:30 anyway, 4 minutes, you don't need to change anything. Like, you don't even need the scout. It just gives you warning of, oh, this guy's building Hellions and there's going to be like Liberator, probably Liberator or Medevac. It could just be a Viking, right? In this case, it was just 1 Lib flew in, Hellions tried to run in the front. No big adjustments required. Then we see the 3rd CC behind it. I think just my opponent's macro was, you know, it was not as powerful as mine essentially. And this map's very easy because they can't really attack in many places with Hellions. They're all these roads that are very far apart from each other. They've got to rotate so much because these rocks block everything. If these rocks weren't here, I think Hellions would be much scarier. But as it is, my Queens had so much control. It's 6 minutes, my creep is everywhere. You know, I'm on 70 workers and I'm just like holding down the Ling Bane key. And then I just have too much stuff for my opponent to deal with. So it's very important, I think, for on this map, the Terran player to just have macroed better. You can't be 30, 40 workers behind this early on. You've got to really hit a solid opening. How could they have had better macro? Well, my opponent's 3rd command center was really late. So this sort of opening was just like 6 Hellions and stuff. Normally, 6 Hellions and a Lib. Normally you'd get your 3rd command center down at 4 minutes 10. And you'd still be able to hit the same timing my opponent did with the Lib and the Hellions. You also want to sync it up so the Lib goes in at the same time as the Hellions, preferably. It was a little disjointed, number 1. Number 2, the Reaper died at the start, which meant the Hellions weren't as useful. They couldn't pick off tumors at the start and skirmish, dive in, pick off tumors, pull back, let the Reaper tank each time early. So number 1, my creep was a bit further because they lost the Reaper. That weakened the Hellions. The Liberator came in, flew right on top of a Spore. So their pressure was shut down, and they built even a Viking before queuing the command center. They would have had the money for this command center. I don't know if they built extra supply depots they didn't need. Looks like they did. Yeah, usually you could be out of 54 and you could start this 3rd command center. But my opponent just kept building depots and Hellions and Vikings. And even if their SCV production was on point, which I don't know if it was, I didn't check, they missed the command center timing, essentially. So their build was just a little loose, that's all. Just tiny little details, you know. Don't fear the Reaper. What do you do with a 2-base muta build if they open double Phoenix? Don't build mutas. They're opening double Phoenix. Just build Corruptors to fuck up the Phoenix would probably be good. Yeah, and then you can piss on buildings as well. If they dart around and kill your drones or whatever, and you're in their base, you're like, oh, I'll just piss down your Nexus or something. You could also just not use the Spire, right? So you could be like, oh, this player's massing Phoenix. Okay, I could just like drone up a 3rd, keep them on 2-base with some Zerglings, and do really well there. Would you stop mining gas? Not really. No, I'd still keep mining gas. Depends how early you scout it and stuff, but it really, obviously, you've got to look at the exact moment when you realize it's 2 Stargate Phoenix and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I might just go for like a Hydra all-in. Might be something I could do if I scout it early enough. Like my Spire's only 1/4 complete. I could even cancel the Spire after they spot it, or just cancel it initially. If they're already going Phoenix before they've even seen it, I'm just going to cancel the Spire maybe. But if you're confident with Corruptors, you could do Corruptors and then swap back into Mutors once you've killed some Phoenix. That can actually be effective. There's many ways to skin a goat. Many ways to play that one out. So we're playing the same player here again, guys. We're going to go pool first because it's a smaller map. And it's really nice to make sure that you're getting some lings across and not dealing with a Reaper. If you just do a defensive build, that Reaper's going to just waltz in, kill like 2 drones, and you're going to be like, "Ree, map unfair! Ree!" So don't put yourself in that circumstance. You know the map is tiny. Get lings across the map. Force them to be the defender. Use the strength of the map to your advantage. You don't need to do that too much. You don't need to over-focus on that. A lot of people are like, how do I do that though? We're not going to do the roach pressure this game, by the way. We might fake a roach horn if they come in with an SCV. That's a very early scout. That's interesting. Okay. It's bizarre. Extra drone. Okay, we'll put you guys on gas. So we're gonna try and surround it if we can. Who's watching? Pull the guy off gas, because I've just decided, you know what, I think getting the 3rd hatch up is pretty important here. We're going to sacrifice these Zerglings, but I think we're actually going a bit too late, maybe? Delayed it by a second, not the biggest deal. Try and pull that back. Let's get this guy here. Okay. Get creep down in a little bit. Wing speed apparently didn't start. I guess I didn't have the minerals when I clicked it. Whoops. Okay. You go there, Overlord out there, Overlord there. Oh, surround! Ooh, yeah. I only did that because that's such a narrow choke point. It's too easy for him to get out of there otherwise. Okay. But that works out. Now let's sacrifice the Overlord through. We don't want things to get too overcomplicated. Do we need a creep tumor there? Why not? Why not? Okay, so we're going to rally to that base, but let's make sure we get extra queen production going. It's Banshee... What the fuck is this? Okay, my opponent's doing things, guys. I don't know what those things are or how they make sense in any realm of possibility, but we're going to get gas so we can get a lair up for detection. And we're going to put 2 ling spotters out. I'm so confused about what's happening right now. Is this a frontal attack? Is this a harassment? My mind is racing. All I know is the lair is going to make defending this pretty easy. Okay. Lair, come on. There we go. So we've got these guys out that should see any incoming pressure. We'll build 8 more Zerglings just to be safe. And we want to get creep tumors out on every side, of course. We've got another one there. Okay, there we go. And we've got more queens on the way as well. Okay. I think we should have... We're going to try and saturate 3 mineral lines. And let's get a baneling nest for those marines, shall we? Or do we want to go roaches? Yeah, we'll go baneling nest. Actually, this is a small map. I like roaches here, guys. I really do like roaches. Let's just send these guys in. Hellions! What the fuck is this player doing? This is some 4GG shit, guys. It's like you're building Marine Hellion Banshee? I'm confused. I'm going to build a Spore in each base just to make my life easy. And we've got that 3rd saturated now. We've built extra lings just to make sure my opponent can't run past. And we're just going to push these Overlords out a little bit more. And we're going to build 1 more queen just to make sure we're nice and solid there. Okay, so we want double upgrades so we can prepare for a big 1-1 roach attack. And we're going to need the gases up as well, right? So we can get roach speed, but it's actually not that important right now. Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Okay. It's cloaked banshee medevac stuff. I'm so confused, guys. I don't mind losing my base because we've got that. It's just let's get these guys in. Okay. I mean, he left his wall down, which is a bit of a Hail Mary. But yeah, this is so bizarre. People have been started to do some really weird builds, haven't they? This is, wow. I was like, is it Banshees? Then I was like, but he's massing Marines. I'm like, wait, why are there Hellions building now? So we're just going to put guys on gas there, long distance mine that. We're rebuilding that base. As long as we don't die, right? As long as we don't die, I can't imagine this is a very good build. Just because it's like, that was a big commitment. And he did kill some stuff for sure. Was it enough to make that worth it for my opponent? I'm trying to build more queens, more roaches. Do we have roach speed? We never made roach speed. I was like, it's not important because it's going to be a long time until we have to deal with the situation where roach speed would matter. I'm going to cancel this hatch probably because I don't really care about it. And he's got a battle cruiser for some reason. Anyone who has any idea what's happening right now, please let me know. 'Cause I am incredibly confused. So we're going to go across the map with all my Roach Ravager, try and do some damage. We're trying to build lots of drones, because what are we taking damage on right now, guys? Minerals. So many minerals. And we're going to try and rally to this base. So get these guys off gas. Get these guys off gas. Get these guys off gas. All I want to do is have some fun. There we go, we got the tank. Well, we got one of the tanks. We're just going to A-move these guys after spreading them so the tanks hopefully don't do so much to me. And we're trying to just do some damage there. And we're just going to clear those depots. And what are we doing, guys? We're doing lazy rallying back to the gas here. Just building drones, rally them. We're going to build a spire, because that counts as the things he's building. Notice I queued my roaches to kill depots. And we're building queens here. I'm also going to build zerglings to rally around the outside. My opponent has basically done the most confusing thing I've ever seen. It's awesome. It's surprising. It's deadly. Okay, we're going to need that. Okay, we're going to build some roaches right now. And I think my opponent's gone a bit too deep. Just keep in mind that my opponent is still 2-base, guys. And is basically all in right now. And there's a lot of spores. I'm building more. And we're trying to keep the queens alive, which apparently is a lot harder than it looks, guys. So we're going to keep sending Roachling across the map. And we're going to keep luring him into the spores. I'm building lots of drones right now. Lots of drones to keep replacing. And we're just continuing to run through the spores. That's what the queens are here for, guys. Now my roaches on the ground aren't doing anything no more. Okay, Okay, I'm still holding down the drone key. You can go there. You guys can go there. And my opponent has actually done some really good kind of surprise maneuvers this game. And really just caught me off. So the 2-base play has worked. It did damage. I don't know what the fuck is going on in this game. But they're definitely keeping me on the back foot. Okay, I don't think we need more spores here. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna build some more roaches. We've still got creep. More on gas, more on minerals, more on gas, more on gas, more on gas. Let's try and get an infestation pit up. I've already got 2-2, so I would like to get to 3-3. Gonna build some overlords. We're gonna also queue an overseer through just to see, hey, are you still building battle cruisers? How many corruptors do I need to build? A few overlords just on the edges is actually totally fine as well. Just to see, hey, when are they actually flying in with those battle cruisers? If we can get a 5th base up, that would be great. We're not gonna take it yet. We're just gonna put a drone there because still trying to ascertain, do I need ground? Do I need air? Like what exactly is happening in this game? So I'm going to start with some corruptors now, and then some roaches. Remember that he teleported home, which is why I knew I could get away without those air units for a little bit. Like, if he wanted to counter-teleport right now, it'd be hitting me about now. But I've got tons of spores across my bases. Like, it's not going to be game over if he teleports into my corruptors already. We're making 10 corruptors. We're going to make a hive so we can get vipers. We're going to... See, he's obviously secured a 3rd now. We're going to take our 5th. I might think about taking this base down here as well. And I think, honestly, I just need that information so badly. Okay, what do we got? So it looks like tanks. Hellbats, Thors. I don't... Okay. Okay. So we've got the corruptors here. He's going to kill the hatchery if he can. Bit of a try-hard version, but it is what it is. Okay, I kind of want to go Swarm Host to deal with this ground army, but I also realize that that's maybe not the wisest idea. Right now, I just want to make sure if he pushes, I can engage it. That's what I'm most worried about. So more overlords. Oh, hello. Just peeing on some buildings, seeing what we can do. Okay, interesting. Let's try and get Bane speed, because Ravager Bane is just the I can never die army. Talked about that before. We've actually got 2 spires, which is cool because we kept thinking they were going to die. Gonna build a few more drones for that base, and we're just trying to make a lot of banelings now to round things out. So we're going to try and break down those rocks and also these rocks, just so we have extra pathways across the map. And here we go. We did make roach speed, right? You're fucking kidding me. I clicked it like 3 times! 3 times! That's fine. God damn it.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Okay.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay, we're gonna try to keep him back here. We need a few more corruptors.
Our forces are under attack.
There we go.
The hive tower is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
I want you to fall in my bed like rain.
Okay, I think we die.
Like when it's the wet season at my
This map is not
farm.
good for falling back and defending, guys. We're gonna make a lot of swarm hosts. We're trying to just rally away from the push here. Oh my god. No upgrades. So bad.
Cluster is under attack.
We're gonna go pay on his building.
Field depleted. Our drones are under
You
attack.
can go there.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Complete. Our forces are under attack.
So we're trying to use swarm hosts. I did manage to pee down one command center.
Is under attack.
Okay. So we're gonna try and eke this out with swarm hosts, but those guys are gonna go there. You guys are gonna go there. Space will go down.
A creature is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Okay, we're gonna pee down command center again.
Under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Oh, we didn't kill all these guys. That's very good for me.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay. There is some small fragment of hope. I say small. I really do mean that.
The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Try and get it a little bit chaotic here.
Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack. Our drones are under attack.
Okay, okay. This can do some stuff. Okay, okay. Build a spire just in case.
Forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack.
And we'll take that bottom right again as well. Okay, let's try and pick off some stuff. Oh, there's a Thor there, watch out.
Under attack. The hive cluster is under attack.
And they're gonna kill some stuff. They kill a Thor, a tank. Yeah, yeah, they get some units. Okay, 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 okay.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Ah, shit, shit.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Okay, you guys can go up here. Okay, they're just gonna throw in any way they can. Come on! Kill the BC! Oh shit, that ain't gonna work, is it? Okay. Fucking tiny maps first mech, man. Tiny maps in general. Very hard in ZBT. I think he's got it. I think he's managed to do it. Fucking... was this 2-port? Do you guys think? I think it was just 1 starport, right? But what a confusing build. Just 2 base forever. And looks like he got me. Yeah. I mean, he's still not killing that base, which is just flabbergasting. You get 1 tank, get 2 tanks, and when he knows exactly where I am, so it's not. Just launch the locusts, go, go, go. Okay, I mean, I really shouldn't be doing it like this, should I?
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, we're trying to make
Our drones are under attack.
corruptors now. Cancel those.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, let's try and get in the space if we can. Send some in there, and you guys can go in there. Oh shit.
Our forces are under attack.
No! Oh, he's a little bit quicker than I was expecting. Okay. I don't have enough beast corruptors yet, do I? It'll do okay as long as the other guys aren't here. Oh shit, though, I lost my infestation bit. Oh, he's got 2 BCs now? Are you kidding me? You cheater! You cheater! I pee on cheaters, man. You don't deserve my respect, Mr. Cheater. I pee in your general direction! Run! Run, Passion hosts! The locusts are killing the repairing SCVs. Oh, we got the command center. Oh, that's a Chad maneuver right there, guys. That is what I call a Chad maneuver. Fucking Chad Raptors. We got every guy on that base. Check it out. This one's going to become a lair up here as well. Oh, we don't have enough gas? Shit.
Our forces are under attack.
Shit. Repairing is actually overpowered, dude. That's so fucking bullshit. Do you see the way he repaired his units? Cheater. Oh, the Thors caught him. GG, well played. That was fun. Chat says I still... Oh, I have an infestation there! I could have... Oh, I didn't have gas anyway. But I did have an infestation. I can't believe that hadn't bled out yet. So check this out, guys. This is the power of tiny maps. You could do some wild attacks. And I was being a bit too greedy, thinking about how I could kill my opponent. I was kind of like, oh, it's Hellions, it's Banshees. And the reason this sort of attack can work is... if your opponent is only thinking about it as Hellions and Banshees, you're thinking about it as light harassment units. So you want detection, Queens, that's all you need, right? But I did see he was massing Marines early, so in hindsight, it's kind of obvious that this is the attack, right? Because he's massing Marines. We saw that on a reactive barracks. So we should have just had either a couple of Roaches or a couple of Banelings ready at this point, and we would have been completely fine. I was being a greedy cuck who was going 6 gas and double Evo chamber. I'm thinking about a 4th base when this attack came in. So this is just being a little bit greedy. Yeah, I was just spamming transfuses on random buildings because I had a queen in the back of the main, and I was like, I guess I transfuse these, and I wasn't even thinking about what I was transfusing on. So this did a lot of damage, and I think it was fine, kind of, because I kept all my drones alive, right? I'm still at like 49 drones. I'm like, oh yeah, this is fine. Because my Lings got in, did damage. What I didn't realize, though, and I think I saw it, oh, I didn't see the fusion core. You're kidding me. Oh, I got... Really? How? They all go to the right? None chase through the mineral line? So I don't realize he's building BCs here. And those BCs caught me completely off guard. Oh my god. Yeah. Well done, dude. So I'm investing in 1-1 upgrades, which is not what I need right now. We should have been Overseer scouting to check what the follow-up was. Scouting's important in StarCraft, that's what they say. Because if I dropped a Spire already, then obviously, I mean, his economy is so weak, right? And this is a really good fight for me, and I thought we were in a completely good position at this point. But I was just like, what is happening in this game? This is kind of wild, and I let a few too many queens die here. He does take a lot of damage, but I let a few too many queens die. And I'm building 2 queens right now, but I should be building 3. And I actually shouldn't be thinking about Spire. I should be thinking about drones. So I do pull off gas in a minute, but I've built 2 hatcheries, which is already a bit too much expense. All I should be doing is building queens, drones, spores here, and focusing on the minerals. Now, this was a good little attack because it kind of forces him home, but where's my queen production behind it? That's the big question. And I think part of me wasn't expecting extra BCs, and the other part was like, oh, that won't be a problem. So we get him to 28 SCVs, but then he eradicates the main. Obviously, forgetting roach speed was a big part of why I lost this game, by the way. Because we're still at double the economy. What does he get me to here? Gets me to like 55? 50 drones? 48? 45? 44? Back to 60? 63 versus 38. I mean, this should be game over from here. Even though I've got no army right now, economically, I'm in a very good spot. Yeah, not really game over, though. He's still got one big scary push. His work account sucks, but he's just so ahead on army. And then he finishes the hatchery here, which I should have thought to transfuse. Does 240. What's 240 times 3? That's like 480, 620? 2 transfuses. 2 transfuses would have saved this. God damn, I should have thought to transfuse that, man. 2 transfuses would have saved this hatchery from the triple Yamato. Right? 240 times 3 is what? 600. Is it 240? 600. 720. Yeah, 2 transfuses, if I did them early enough that the ticks actually followed through, it would have been enough. Ooh. All the tanks are BCs, you counted your army so hard. I mean, because I didn't have Bane speed or Roach speed, yes. I was thinking about going Swarm Hosts earlier, and if I did it, it probably would have been fine. But if you commit to mass Roach and your whole plan is to slow down a mech army moving across the map, and you can't even slow it down.
My man!
Do you see Trap's Widowmine drag versus Maru? Yes. Yeah, I went over that on Best Games of This Week in StarCraft on Saturday, Jelly Jeff. Fuck, that was beautiful. Oh, it was so good. True Edge, thanks for the 75-month resub, dude. What's up? See, I was like, let's not go Swarm Host, even though I'm really good with that. Let's play a more solid style to not die. And this is the point where I'm like, that's cool. I've got 180 supply. I can engage this and fuck him up. And then I realized I don't have Roach speed. So obviously I knew Baneling speed was going to be slow, but not having Roach speed, because I need to force him to siege like here and slow him down getting forward. And without Roach speed, I just can't do anything. The Roaches are just so slow. I should have still acted like I wanted to fight him here, but he just like A-moves me basically. And he doesn't even have vehicle weapon upgrades. His upgrades suck. I'm on 2-2, man. But I lose like 3 Ravages there, which is really bad. And even if I just had a few slow banes, I could have just walked them into the Hellbats there. And then it's like, you're just fine. Yeah. Yeah, once I let him get this position, I needed to be a bit quicker to send my Roaches around to counterattack. I was a little slow to do that. And he pushed in really convincingly. No Bane speed, no Roach speed. I needed to, even here, just be thrusting at this army. Jump on it. Corruptors, Ravagers, Banes, go. I was a bit too scared because I didn't have the upgrades that I normally rely on. But you got to stop. I mean, he's unsieged right now. Go, go, go. Get in there. But without Bane speed, I was a bit too cautious. Do clear most of the Hellbats there. But we let him get a great army. Now, this is the point where Zerglings are amazing if you can flank it. But look at this. I accidentally queued these guys into range. So I lose all the Roaches for nothing. So bad, man. Oh, my God. Nasty. GG, well played by Phoenix, though. Well played to get the win. That was good. If your opponent builds lots of Marines, we can overcomplicate that game as much as we want. Or we can go, if your opponent builds Marines... Man, I lost a lot of MMR there. We're going to play another game or two to make sure I'm in GM. We need to finish this video now. We need to finish it now. We need to get GM, guys. I think I'm just outside right now. It all just comes down to being too greedy at the start. If off 55, 60 drones, I'd just built a pack of Roaches, I would have been good there against the first attack. Overseer Queens. I had great scouting. I just needed to actually read my scouting better. We would have been good. Kiting a mech armor, whittling it down is going to be harder. Yeah, much harder on Beckett. Without Roach speed, it's bloody nasty, man. Chigamer, thanks for the 9 months, George, with the 75. We had Memeling before that. All right, let's go, guys. What do we got? ZVP versus Skytoss? Are you kidding me? This is worth like 3 MMR. Ladder, what the fuck, dude? Oh my god. So guys, we're gonna show a really strategic game here where it's like, this is already obviously lower than what my MMR, is on my main. And it's like, also will give you someone 600 MMR below. So we're just gonna rush this guy nice and quick and try to win. Did you lose MMR? Yeah, of course. You have bonus pool. Doesn't it take from the pool? Bonus pool has nothing to do with MMR. That's to do with ladder points, which are meaningless. In the old system, they used to not show you your MMR. So there was like this meaningless leaderboard situation, which they still have in the game. But all that matters is MMR. It's the only thing that actually tells you anything. So we'll put the spawning pool up here. Once again, just stop Reapers bouncing around our mineral line. Yeah. What's the timing for the third CC getting to the location would be standard? And how late do you start expecting a huge 2-base push? Depends on their build order. Some people will float it really early, some a lot later. But you don't wait for a Terran to float their third down. Usually you see it inside the base. But it all depends how much you want to scout. Like, you can play completely blind versus Terran, to be honest. As long as you just play a safe style. You're like, well, I don't invest in overlord sacrifices and stuff, but I just, by default, build an earlier Bane nest and whatever. Am I 6k Terran yet? I wish. It's gonna be that's a pretty lofty goal, dude. 6k is like literally, it's like Nina, Vindicta, fucking those players that are pretty good at the StarCraft. Okay, so not the fastest initial gas, but I'm still going to be looking for kind of timings wherever I can and seeing what we can do. I think we're going to try to probably all in off just the one gas. Yeah. Make it look like I really want to deny the scouting, even when I don't care. Now this guy probably dies. I imagine the Reapers come back. Unless they went reactive first. Ooh, I thought I might have surrounded him there. Oh, I was hoping to catch him there with a quick turnaround. Didn't quite get it. Is what it is. Okay, so we're looking for a 1-gas Ravager Ling timing. So we want to build that Roach Horn pretty soon, I think. So we can build 4 Lings. Try and deny scouting. Reaper's coming across, that's very important. Roach Horn. What's our drone count? 27? Yeah, that's probably all we need for this. Maybe 1 or 2 more drones. 2 more. And then we can just go. We're going to put a creep tumor down, just because if you don't have a creep tumor, it just looks way too sus what you're doing.
Our forces are under attack.
I don't think the Marine has enough vision for the top side of that pillar. Ling speed should be done momentarily. Okay, we're going to try and build a few roaches from the main, a few from the natural, inject. Two more overlords. Should have built those earlier. It's okay. It's a little while until the stuff pops out anyway. I could have already had this queen for sure. Oh, that's a lot of Marines. Okay, that's interesting. So we now realize that we are super all in. Alright, make sure after morphing Ravagers, you give your control group another right click, so the Ravager rallies. See, it's got a rally point. Can make one more rally. Yeah, and lots more Lings. He's walling off right now. Oh, he might come out. Oh, no. Oh my god, GG. We got it. It's over. Comes out to deny my scouting. And that's it. He's got multiple holes in the wall. And that's game. GG's. Yeah, just a nice quick all-in. Opponent didn't really scout too much, and obviously we just wanted to get a win there. So let's check where we are at 5k. Where are we in Contender, guys? If we go Grandmaster, we can check Contender. Pumbaa, we're ranked 31 in Contender. We need to be higher than that to make sure we get in, man. Who knows, though? It does drop people out, doesn't it? And then it puts people in. It's people in who are 5k at rank 180. So we might get in at 5k. I think we want to get 50-50. So we just want to try and get a few games really quickly. What was the Terran's build order? Confusing. Yeah, I'm not sure. The opponent was Diamond 1, so I really wanted to just finish that as quickly as possible. Get a quick, just rush him down. All right, so we're smack on 5k. We're up against Nalise, 4700 MMR Terran. Once again, not a game I'm going to get a lot of MMR from, but it is what it is. I'll take it. So we're going to play a bit more of a standard opening here. We might look for a big roach timing. The only difference between a big roach timing play or a big roach play is you can really skimp on your queens with roaches and get them out nice and early. But if you want to hide that you're going roaches, you can do it exactly like a normal kind of rule of one gas build. And the idea there is even if they go like a 2-1-1 or this or that, you make it look exactly like a normal game. Yes, we're getting GM, guys! Trick is get the Singapore server and have your opponent complain about the lag on it. So what's happened is that player probably has an incorrect server ping read in here. These are all pretty accurate for me. That's better than it actually is. But that's good because it means if I refreshed it, that would probably show higher. I don't want to refresh it because that gives me a good chance of getting US West, right? Which is the server I'd like to play on. That's the one people complain about the least. Playing the American server, it makes sense to play games there, right? But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. They click Q game again. What's the bet we get the Singapore server again? Because it knows I have a good ping to Singapore and it thinks they do. Singapore again. They're just going to leave again. Can refresh your ping read to each server in menu between games. Might have inaccurate read. Then why'd you leave and then queue up again? That doesn't make any sense. You know you can stay in game and unplug your internet if you connect. If you reconnect pretty quickly. It's a little bit of a weird choice. It is what it is. If you're below Masters, you can also select a server preference. But if you're in Masters or above, it's just going to ignore your preference and chuck you on whatever. Because it's a smaller player base at that level, of course. Yeah, this is Control-Alt-F, guys. Thank you for answering in chat if you want that. Shows you the server, how much memory is being used by the game, and your ping, as well as your FPS counter in the top left. Obviously, it won't show you your ping when you're in the menus, because you're not actually, you know, you're not in a game that's picked a specific server yet.
My man!
How many push-ups is good in a row? Well, if you're fat, like you do like 3, it's pretty incredible, dude. When I see really fat people do push-ups, I'm like, that looks so fucking hard, man. Whereas if you're skinny, I don't know, 20, 30. It's serious, it's like your body weight, it's all your body weight, so it actually makes a big difference. What if you're skinny and unfit? 12. I feel like really, if you like never done a push-ups, you should still be able to do 12. Or just do them on your knees, you know? Do chill-ups. I guess is what we can call those. So remember, guys, just go across the map. You want to deny my base? All right. You actually... Yeah, he's going in. So if I went across the map even quicker, it would have been a little cleaner there, because I could have done even more to him. Fuck. Oh, we just let him get back up his ramp with that SCV due to a big old lag spike there. Always a bit of a bummer. Okay, pretend to run away and then go back! 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 We're gonna catch you! We're gonna catch you! We're gonna catch you doing it! I know you want to swap that around, big boy. I know you do. Yes! Another lag spike? Internet, stop! See, first inject, put those guys on gas. Better if you rally him from the eggs, of course, but it is what it is. Now, his aliens should be late, so we should be able to, like, drone our third a little harder, I think, because of that. Spread the creep out a little faster because the Hellions aren't here, right? So this kind of works out for us. I'll see if I can get the Zerglings in. We know he was... Yeah, so we'll send 2 Zerglings there. I'll build a few more Zerglings, and let's keep doing this. Let's get a creep tumor up there. Let's build some more Overlords and put them on the edges, so we haven't done all that yet. We'll leave him there. Still haven't seen any Hellions. Okay, there we go.
A creep tumor is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
So I said I wanted to do some more roach timing attacks. I think this should be an okay scenario for that. We do see a Banshee coming, so let's build a Spore in each base.
Forces are under attack.
Build one more Queen. The Spore didn't go down, guys. Oof. Sometimes you gotta double check that, man. Did we get the Roach Horn yet? I don't think so.
A creep tumor is under
Okay.
attack.
I'm gonna try and get the 1/1 upgrades if possible. Okay, we've got the Overseer there. Drones on gas. Drones on gas. So he's scanning, but as long as I replace the tumors each time, I'm pretty happy. We've got Roach Speed. Carapace never started, so make sure that starts before Roach Speed. And we're just gonna make Roach Speed now. Okay, cool. Gonna put that Spore there. Put one there.
A creep tumor is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Woo! I'm gonna poo Creep down there just in case he wants to take that one. We've got some Lings up there as well that are gonna try to do that where possible. Uh-oh. That's not good. Bird Speed is on the way, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So all we're doing is building roaches now. We're gonna leave these guys up here and the rest just hiding in the middle somewhere. Put that guy forward. Okay, so we want to go creep, creep. Creep, creep. Let's put some more creep tumors up there, shall we? Do we have 66? Oh, we have even more than 66. And guys, we're on roach production. You gotta be building lots of overlords, otherwise you're always gonna hit these supply blocks in these scenarios. I think my opponent's playing bio, but we actually do know he's playing bio. You can see the bubbles on the tech lab, that means stim. I'm like, yeah, we don't know. I don't look at my scouting. I'm good at scouting, I'm not good at looking at my scouting, okay? Let's make +2 attack, why not? More importantly, let's look for the win. When this next round of roaches comes out, we're going for it, fam. Second factory's there. Oh, it's Mac? Ooh, it is Mac. Oh, what the hell? I was not expecting that. Okay, let's build Zerglings, because I want to get the Spire up. Make a Spire. Let's make +1 melee as well. The fuck?
Mineral field depleted.
I'm so confused. This really looked like mech. I was like, there's a Banshee, there's 2 tanks, and I was like, oh, okay, he's just doing the kind of lower risk sort of harassment. So I'm just gonna leave 7 roaches there.
Mineral field depleted.
Everything else is gonna go across the map. I've got a lot of lings in there, which are gonna help me.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral
Find that stuff. So we've got a few roaches plus these queens together. I could even put them all on the same hotkey if I really wanted to. These guys are going to come in from both sides. Oh, what the fuck? Let's go! So notice I'm spreading the biles across there. Obviously, I'd like to kill the tanks. I just don't know if I can get on top of them. So I'm just spreading the biles across. Now these guys... Oh! Oh! I think we got those biles on the tanks. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, we got it. Really good safe tank positioning for my opponent. I was really impressed there. Now we drone the base behind it. And of course, we wanted the Baneling nest, which is not here. Just run your drones away. Run your drones away. These guys should be winning the game, right? Maybe, maybe not. Right, we can kill all these depots. And we can maybe just win the game as well. Where'd my fucking roach? Oh, I joined my roach squad with my army. Right. Oi! Get out of here with your upgrades! Did he kill it? He didn't! Ha ha! Do we want banelings now? Probably. I mean, we can just keep making roaches, to be honest. And we can just go again. So, keep spreading creep. What's our drone count? 80? Oh, we got 80 drones. That's cool. Yeah, we should be good. So we got a queen there, queen there, queen there. I guess that can become a creep queen. You should always have a creep queen. Anytime you get caught without a creep queen, that's a way to lose a game 10 minutes in the future, you know? It's one of those things where like people can't sometimes forget, but that really is how you lose games. Like, it won't happen now, but a few minutes from now, you can go there.
Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Oh, hey, leave me alone, dude. Okay. So he's being really annoying. This play is really good, guys. Really great play. I'm still on 72 workers, though. I've got +2 carapace, +2 melee here, so I can swap into Lingbane at any time. Infestation pit, so I can go hive. And yeah, we're just gonna bile down this medevac while he's not looking. He's looking. That's fine. Got some roaches in the main. Too many. Okay. Can you leave, dude? Alright, we're gonna grab everything across the map now. My spawning pool still hasn't rebuilt. There we go. So he's gonna come in. And we've got those guys on that key.
Our forces are under attack.
And these guys are just gonna go win the game. Hello? Shove the roaches down his throat. Shove the roaches down his throat. Kill, kill, kill. Notice those roaches go high ground to spot. And these guys are gonna deal with that. Awesome. GG. Yeah, it was only because I saw he had a double drop in the top and a drop in the bottom, and I was like, I know I'm already ahead, so I was like, I already wanted to have killed him by then, but I was like, we could definitely just kill him now because he's got at least about 20, 25, 22 Marines on the other side of the map and 3 medevacs. Could have dropped some more macro hatches for sure. I mean, I should have built a few more queens there and stuff, but yeah, it just took a bit too long to throw my army into him and to queue up the injects. Let my queens run around in circles a bit too much. So we're playing Masters 2 player there. We are at GMMMR for sure. Yeah. I don't know when the actual thing happens though. It says next re-ranking 22 hours. So I think it's tomorrow. So tomorrow we will get put in GM off stream. So we'll win one more game and then we'll finish this stream. I wanted to get 50-50. If we can get one more win, we'll be close enough that we should be guaranteed that GM screen. I could have timed out today, I guess. So I guess the re-ranking happened 2 hours ago. So I guess it happens 11 a.m. my time. So if I'd got up early today, I might have been able to hit it on stream, the GM promotion, but it doesn't happen from a certain game. It happens once every day. So you can see right now, you look at the contender list, we're up there rank 17 in contender amongst all these people, but I don't know if everyone in there has played enough games. Like some of those players in contender, I don't think have played enough games. Ryan says GM promo is actually in 50 minutes. Oh, really? Oh, you got me? Really? Easy win. Guys, we're going to kill Ryan. This is the easiest win of my life. He's going to give some good MMR too. All good. MMR? Yeah, I don't know what his Zerg is. 5k? Alright. What's your win rate? Yeah, it's like I think we have 8 losses now and almost 100 wins as we hit the end of our Bronze to GM. 2 losses were the very first 2 games we did in Bronze 2 or whatever it was, but guess we're going 17 hatch. Built an extra worker there. Ah! Doesn't your bonus pool? No, nothing. Bonus pool doesn't matter about anything, guys. You need to have played 35 games in 2 weeks. I think, is that it? People, chat can clarify. I think it's 35 games every 2 weeks you need to play. I think that's the rule to be eligible. Which is why, like, a lot of my, like, all my Zerg and Protoss aren't GM at the moment. I think it's 35 games every 2 weeks. So if you don't do, or 30 games, chat says, I think it might be 30. Yeah, something like that. So, like, that's why often I get kicked out of GM if I go cast a big tournament. Because I'm gone for, like, a week and a half, flying overseas, and then I haven't hit the games. And especially happens to me a lot because I you know, play all 3 races a lot. So I haven't played enough Protoss, gets kicked out. It's 30 in 3 weeks, according to Asherbro. Okay. It's like 10 games a week. It's not that hard. Not for a high level player. So you can see the queens are slightly kind of mistimed there. Okay. Wing speed, pull off gas just with 1. I've actually really been enjoying pulling off with 2 today, actually. Yeah, let's keep doing that. You can just rally the new drones to it. Just a cute way of optimizing my mineral mining just a little bit. 3rd base, 4th base. I didn't actually pay attention to see, guys, if that was 2 drones coming or just 1. So I'm building 2 lings defensively already. Alright, we might be able to kill that. That's good. Overlord for the center. Oh, we already got the cancel. Yeah, he did focus fire there, which is very well done. So he rebuilds it, no worries. Lots of drones, lots of drones. I've been doing a lot of roach attacks today, roach bane and stuff. We could continue that, for sure. Let's build an Evo chamber. Let's just do a super light pressure here. Why not? Let's get a second gas.
Forces are under attack.
Fake Lair. I'm gonna leave one Baneling at home. He's making a lot of units. That's fine. Oh, I forgot the Roach Warren. Oh my god. Okay. Well, that's the thing. I guess we make +1 maybe? I don't know. Alright, we attack his third, of course. And maybe this actually works because of that? I don't know.
Our forces are under attack.
He's not watching! Alright, we're gonna go for that one, because he's coming across the map right now.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, he's counterattacking hard while going mutas, guys, so...
Forces
We're letting him morph Banes, and then he's gonna see the roaches coming, and he's gonna go, what the shit? Because we hid what we were doing really well here. He's gonna try and fight, but we've got too many roaches. This is totally fine for us.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces
You say hello, and I say Dicktown. Dicktown, Dicktown! You say hello, and I say Dicktown. My roach attack, my roach all-in was so late, and it actually worked out because I forgot the roach warren. Because I built that fucking Evo chamber, and I was like, yeah, that's a roach warren that I built at the front of my base. And it actually worked out. This is such a dumb game. I actually got an insane work account very early, so I did have like a bit of a worker lead, I think, through the early game. And he went melee and then tried to go like Lair Spire, but his Lair and Spire were pretty slow. Yeah, he needed that Lair down. No, I mean, 5-minute Lair is already late for this, so he was kind of stuck on the Massling Bane game, and that kind of worked out for me because it meant I overcommitted to Zergling Bane, which made my defending parts easier. It meant I could do these weird delayed Ling Bane attacks myself. And yeah, I mean, the Roach attack was so late. I don't think I cancelled +1. That might have actually kicked in and helped as well. I was like, well, I'm so late, I might as well make +1. These Banelings were huge, of course. That was a big 7 drones. Big 7 drones walking in there. NAZVZ is so dumb. It's one structure I forgot. There was a clear plan in what I was doing. It was just one structure. You could see what I'm trying to do with this game. Look at this replay, you could tell. I mean, Ryan's going double upgrade into meter. Oh, that's really bad. Okay. Especially because when we end up fighting here, his carapace ain't going to be done, and then my +1 range will be done by the time I push his side of the map anyway, so... Yeah, and he's like, oh, I got a roach, and I'm like, that's all you're going to get. Yeah. It's gamey. Gamey McGame game. If you guys play double upgrade with Zerg and ZVZ, you've got to play second gas if you're doing a lot of Baneling skirmishes early. That's what he forgot. So, or doesn't know, because obviously he's not as experienced with Zerg, is Ryan doesn't realize that you need a second gas early if you're Baneling skirmishing. Otherwise, at one gas, you can get +1 melee, +1 carapace easy. So he ended up going, fuck, I need gas for upgrades. Let's go 4 gas. And the problem with 4 gas, guys, is you're only building Zerglings. 4 gases is useless for anything except the upgrades and the Banelings. So what you want to do, and you guys see me do this with either 1 or 2 gas, every single time I play Mass Zergling, if I can avoid Baneling trades at all early, that's great, because it means I can start +1 melee, +1 carapace, just off 1 gas geyser. And then I can get to 50 workers, which doesn't sound like a lot. But that's literally 3 base mineral saturation. 16 times 3, 48 drones on minerals, 3 on gas. And you have 3 full mineral lines, which you can produce Zerglings nonstop off like 6 hatcheries with that. Like, it is an insane, ungodly amount of double upgraded Zerglings you can make off just 50 workers. Whereas Ryan got up to almost 60 workers and had fucking no workers there. He had almost nothing. He had so few. So he was in a bit of a problem there. GG, well played. Thank you very much for hanging out, everybody. And guys, yeah, there was a big earthquake in Victoria. What the hell? How crazy is that? We don't get earthquakes in Australia. Yeah, you felt it, Asher. It was pretty intense. You never felt anything like that before? Dude, that's creepy, man. Just a few hours ago, right? 4 hours ago. 5.8, apparently. Almost 6. How you doing, Nevelus? GG, well played, Meng. Your whole house was shaking, Exoreath? Holy crap, dude. Yeah, we don't get many earthquakes in Australia. We get like some hurricanes come in on Queensland, but down in the bottom right, we're pretty solid. Please don't say it like that. Say Melbourne or someplace. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Willis? So anyway, guys, if we look at the ladder, we are definitely going to be put in GM in an hour or whenever it is when this next placement happens. So that's cool to see. We are currently on the Grandmaster Contender. We are right near the top at rank 16 on the list, ready to go in. And I think a bunch of these guys, you can see, haven't played enough games to actually be eligible. Probably most of them. So I've played plenty of games in the last couple of weeks. We're definitely eligible. So I should be right into GM. And if we look at the current rankings, my current MMR of 5047, that would put us at just between JMac and Barcode at rank 161. We'd take JMac's spot. So cool, guys. Rank 160. Hells yeah. Feeling good. We hit GM. I hope you guys enjoyed the last day. I know there wasn't as much kind of just pointing out details because I'm playing people not that much lower level than who I'm normally playing. But I tried to be as aggressive as possible. We tried to read what was happening and react, and tried always to capitalize and push our opponent hard, because I always just think aggressive play is the better play to learn quickly. And it's a good way to let yourself get the advantages over your opponent and then utilize those advantages rather than letting them slip away. As much as defensive play is nice and it can allow you to weather the storm against aggressive players and get to the next level, I think there's just as much importance on going and killing your opponent. So we tried to show a bit of that today, where it was like defend a little bit and then bam, go kill them with Master Roach. Bam, go kill them with Mutilating Bane. Bam, go kill them with this or that. So guys, don't forget, we are going to have Bronze to GM for Terran coming up starting next week. But it's going to be over on our other channel, the Pig Random Casting channel. Link will be down below in the YouTube description. Give it a click. And of course, for you guys here, !YT2 if you're watching live on Twitch. That has all of my coaching content up on it. We're also going to be putting up Terran Bronze to GM. And if we end up doing a Protoss Bronze to GM, it will be going there as well. All right. We finished Bronze to GM earlier today. Did we get it? GM should have just come out. We did it. I worked so hard for so long. I didn't think I would cry. But now I get to look at that screen and it's more beautiful than I could have ever imagined. I finally can stop smurfing Zerg on the ladder. Finally. Oh. We're even higher than rank 169. It's beautiful. GG.